Hello there, very good afternoon and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series from the live lounge here in Portsmouth. Thursday means the assault to the finishing line on Saturday really does begin in earnest. Two groups get underway, 25 matches for you over the next 12 hours or so. And alongside me to talk about all of the action, it is prime time himself, Matthew Edgar. Matt, great to have your company over the next few days. And it feels like a week this week where I think everybody would have fancied their opportunities, but it was Conor Heenahan in Group A who won a very, very tight race.
It's good to see that as well from Conor Heenahan. He's a player that's come in and done really amazing things. We've seen the 9 darters from Conor Heenahan. We've seen that explosive sort of level. We haven't seen it on a consistent basis yet, where you look at Conor Heenahan and think this is a player who will be winning weeks. So it's good to see him win a group, but not just win a group, win the longest group, the 3-day group of Group A, because that might be a sign that now he's starting to find that consistency, which is going to turn him from someone we talk about being, he's got these moments, to somebody who turns into a winner.
So Conor Heenahan winning Group A. This is how the tournament bracket looks as you reach the final couple of days of qualification for the week. Group B is what we're going to watch tonight. We're going to watch Andy Bold, Carlo Van Peer, join Justin Smith, Lee Cox and Mike Norton in action. But as far as Group C is concerned, Danny Jansen, Darren Armstrong and Louis Williams have dropped out from Group A, and they're going to be joined by Alex Small, Derek Coulson and Jack Mell. And we've watched Alex Small here a few times at the Super Series in the past, Matt. A player that's knocked on the door on so many occasions. Where do you say his game is at now, and how is his chances now compared to those times 18 months ago where he was coming ever so close to winning weeks?
I think when we look back 18 months or so ago, we looked at that Champion of Champions win that he had, and we sort of judged him off of that and judged him off of that title, because that is a big championship to win, littered with absolute legends of the sport now, such as Johnny Clayton and Gerwyn Price. But when he's come here, I tend to find a lot of it depends on how he starts. If he starts slow, he's going to carry on slow. And if he starts well, he's going to carry on. And I say well, not fast, because he's probably one of the fastest players I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, Alex Moore also in action. Danny Jansen's also dropped down to Group C this afternoon. Now, he was a lot of people's fancies at 13-2 at the beginning of the week. Has struggled a little bit with a sickness bug, but he has reported today that he's feeling a lot better. And if we see the real Danny Jansen, you'd expect him to come through, wouldn't you?
This is a guy who's won a Pro Tour. And sometimes we talk about people winning a Pro Tour and go, oh, they won a Pro Tour, but it's like 15 years ago. Danny Jansen won a Pro Tour just a year ago. And he's won a Challenge Tour. And he's top of the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. He comes here and he should be winning this week. He knows he should be winning this week. I make him favourite to win this week. And the fact he's dropped into Group C was a big, big surprise for me when I looked at the overall results. I expect to see Danny Jansen win this group with a little bit in hand.
Even though we don't have a save-for-save Super Series ranking database, the player that comes into this as the number 1 on the Challenge to Order of Merit, do they effectively come in as a number 1 seed for this competition in your eyes?
They should do. The Challenge Tour is the strongest level of competition that's available to these players, other than if they get Pro Tour call-ups. So to sit at the very top of that after the first 5 events is a big achievement in itself. We know he's got Pro Tour pedigree, because not only did he play on the Pro Tour, he qualified for the World Championship. So statistically, absolutely, this should be the man to watch this year.
So Danny Jansen is in action and is amongst the favourites to go on and win this group. This is what the odds compilers say. He's 2-1 on to get the job done. Alex Small out at 3-1. Derek Coulson and Jack Mell, 2 debutants, at 4-1. Now, Darren Armstrong's moved out to 11-2. He had an issue yesterday with a point snapping, so he had to use odd darts. Now, he has been to a local dart shop. He's got himself new darts, a replica of which he was successful with on the first 2 days. If he settles into that, is the 11-2 a big price on the basis of the way he played on days 1 and 2?
It depends how comfortable he feels with that as well. Sometimes you can have the exact same dart. Just getting a new one out the packet just changes how it feels. It feels a little different. You get the coating, you don't get the wear, the grip's a little bit sharper. So sometimes you get comfortable with your own equipment, and maybe it's a 50-50 how he goes. Sometimes you get a new pack out or a new set of darts out and you think, oh, this feels lovely. Other times it just feels a little bit, even though they're exactly the same, strange what the brain can do.
It is interesting what the brain does muster. Right, let's see what you've been mustering at home, because it is bet builder time. This is what you've been having a punt on, and we tailor make it into a handicap for you. Right, it pays just under 7-1 this afternoon. The player handicap Danny Jansen to beat Louis Williams 2.5 legs. Now that means a 4-1 or better scoreline in the favour of Danny Jansen. Alex Small to beat Darren Armstrong to beat Darren Armstrong at 8-13, and then Armstrong to hit the most 180s against Jack Mel at 13-8. What's your perspective on that?
Well, if you're going to look at some value today, if you want to take on Danny Jansen, which personally I don't think you should, it'd be Armstrong for me at 11-2. So I don't like that odds there of him to get beat by Alex Small. The other thing, Louis Williams, he's had a horrible 3 days. It's not gone well for him so far. But again, he's got a lot of pedigree in there. It could come out at any moment, and minus 2.5, I think is a little bit risky. The 4-0, 4-1 mark there in favour of the mullet. I think that I'd lay that today if I had the choice.
18 plus, speakoutaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. And earlier on this morning, we did catch up with Louis Williams. It was a group head. It didn't quite go to plan for the Welshman. He's hoping that Thursday and Friday yields better results for him. Well, the fire and the determination are very much still there. He's hoping that the darts pulls its way together as well. If he twins that together, we know the ability that he can bring to this competition. Earlier on this morning, I caught up with Louis to get his assessment of the week so far from his perspective and how he sees the next couple of days. Louis, here we are. Day 4 for yourself here at the Super Series. How would you assess this week overall?
Very eventful. Very eventful. I've loved it. Results haven't gone my way, performance-wise, pretty terrible. But I've loved it. It's been great, to be fair. Hope I can kick on today. But nice to get a few more wins under my belt. And yeah, just try and go from there.
Performances day on day has got better. Has the confidence began to improve day on day?
Yes, yeah, slightly. Yeah, it's got better every day. Showing glimpses of my true ability, day by day. So yes, it's got a little bit better, so hopefully it gets better again today.
How important was that win yesterday against Darren just to get that W on the board?
Yeah, it's a massive monkey off the back. It's massive, to be fair. Well, it was great. At least I've got a win in the Super Series now, so,
So what for you would be success in Group C? Is that hard to define, or is the goal still set quite high in your mind?
Yeah, success is winning. Nobody really takes part to make the numbers up. Success is winning. I believe in my ability. I feel like I can win it. Performance-wise, probably a lot of people would doubt that. But you got to back yourself. And I do back myself. So, fingers crossed.
Do you feel like there's going to be a moment, or there could be a moment, where it just clicks and you go back to the Louis Williams that we know?
I hope so. I feel like at every game. I feel like this is the time when I click. If I have a 140, 180, I feel like, right, here we go. You found your game again. But, yeah, fingers crossed. It clicks today and I start playing like me again.
We wish you all the very best, Louis. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Top man.
Louis Williams there, who is waiting for us to get underway. I think he's awaiting a referee to enter the fray in the stage as he takes on Alex Small. It's an all-Welsh battle to kickstart the day's proceedings here at the Super Series. We've got 25 games to bring to you over the next 12 hours or so. And I'm happy to say that I'm going to be in the company of Matthew Edgar for all 25 of those matches. Louis Williams in that interview there. It's been a chastening week as far as he's concerned. Still looking glass half full at proceedings. For you, how would you rate success for him over the next few days or so?
I still think he could play a bit of a part in this. I know the quality he's got and the quality he possesses, and I think in a way it's probably been a little bit of a sort of bonus for me to analyse this. In fact, I haven't really seen the first couple of days where he really struggled, so I haven't got that Louis Williams of the last couple of days in my mind. I've got the Louis Williams that was performing well at the UK Open, the Louis Williams that was playing on the Pro Tour, qualifying for the PDC World Darts Championships.
Game on!
Gotta say, he's looking mighty well as is Louis Williams. Losing 3 stone in weight. You can tell that by the baggy shirt that he's now wearing.
96.
As for Alex Small, as we mentioned in the studio, 2022 winner of the Champion of Champions. And
44.
when you do win a title like that, how much do you then try and back it up? And when it doesn't happen straight away, how much do you then chase that second win, so to speak?
Well, we see it all the time, don't we? We've seen it here at the
100.
Super Series on many occasions as well. I don't go too far back. If you remember Jamie Kelling, when he won his week here at the Super
58.
Series, ever since then was always talking about having to win another to validate that success. But already there's something I'm noticing about Louis Williams. Look at the
60.
aggression on his face. Certainly found a good level of focus here today in the early part of proceedings.
96.
Can you almost as well decompartmentalise in your mind that you think, actually, things cannot get any worse, and so let's build from that ground zero basis upwards and see
60.
what happens from there. And so you try and build yourself up incrementally.
Well, there may be a bit of comfort on there on the stage as well.
140.
Two people who play under the Welsh flag. Two players that will be very familiar with each other.
60.
Both have the same sort of
Alec
goals and
Maguire,
ambitions.
122.
So Alex Small 1-2-2 to kickstart. Treble 18 leaves the bullseye. And that would have been for the third
86.
day in 4, where the
Louis
first
Maguire,
leg's been won for ton top.
125.
But Louis Williams can keep that factor if he could take out the 1-2-5. But it's not going to happen on this occasion. And so Small, who actually got off to a bit of a slow start in this leg, is going to get free in hand at double 18 to take out the
77.
opening
Make it require
salvo
46.
of the day.
Quite a handy miss that last start of the bullseye, wasn't it? Leaving him on double 18. A target
On
he
the first
absolutely
leg, Alex
loves.
Small.
And he'll be really enjoying that opening visit to double 18 here on his
Second against
Group
Louis
C
to throw first.
campaign.
Game on.
Small one up.
$140.
That's a bit more like it. Well, everybody apart from the referee thought that was in.
41.
Are we putting the lights on for the 140s now, Matt?
Oh, good job you're not
85.
playing, or we'll be flashing them for a 60.
26, get it right. Well, I made my competitive
140.
return on Tuesday night. And yes, it was as you'd expect. No legs won, 5 missed darts, a double across 2 games.
100.
I didn't expect that because I didn't expect you to get to a double.
I won the bull in the second match.
42.
Well, good leg here, though, from Louis Williams. He's got 100 points ahead here on the first 9 scoring exchange.
83.
He's given himself a little bit of time here at the back end as long as Alex Small doesn't fill it up, which he's not going to be able to do.
36. Louis require 93.
Getting the vibes here that this torrid week that Louis Williams has been going through may be coming to a bit of an end.
53.
I think he's found a real comfort
41. Louis
as the
require
week's gone
40.
along, and by feeling comfortable, he's playing more comfortable. And when
Game
this
shot
guy
the second
flows, we
leg.
see some good
Louis
stuff.
Williams.
You don't achieve what he's achieved in such a short space of time, and
Feel like it's Alec to throw first.
it can be
Game on.
quite easy to forget that Louis is only 22.
Were they
45.
Alex Small shoes or Owen Binks's shoes?
Be surprised if Louis Williams hasn't been blinded.
Feels a bit like a Bruno Mars
140.
music video up there. Not many people do actually wear
56.
shoes though now. It is quite a topic because most people now are opting to go for the trainers or spend a lot of time on your feet these days and at the tournament. So people are allowed to wear now black trainers, where in the past it had to be shoes.
60.
And you tend to find it's more of the older generation now that still opt to go for a pair of shoes. Obviously, main event
100.
players in that field have to be Kevin Painter and James Wade, who love a pair of the old Bobby Dazzlers.
100.
You say it's still just a personal preference for you, or would you say that wearing what would be the old-fashioned tight shoes actually come as a disadvantage?
45.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. You know, I think we don't play in the most comfy of arenas. There's always hard floors, concretes. But look at this from Louis Williams. Not just the darts, but the aggression, that steely look across the face. This is a guy who's up for a fight. He's up there saying, I'm not having any more of this.
59.
I'm not here to be
Louis
beaten.
requires
I'm
74.
not going to roll over. If you want to beat me, you've got to beat me. I'm no longer losing.
He was quoted around about 5-1 to win this match, such as his Group A campaign.
54.
But this is a new look man. I think this is one of the things that we get to see here that we don't get to see
140.
anywhere else in darts, is we get to
Louis
see
required 20.
people on a journey across 5 days, and Louis' been one of those that's been on a journey, and it could be a journey tiptoeing closer towards
Louis
success as he breaks Alex Small to lead 2-1.
Fourth leg is Louis to throw first. Game
Monday was only 3 days ago, but it feels like we're looking at a completely different person. A man who was straggling quite lowly in terms of the averages. His demeanour looked like somebody that was being dragged to the pits, and
96.
his darts quite literally were dragged to the carpet, but now he just looks like... He looks like somebody who's settled down and
100.
has found his feet in this competition. Look, we all know it's not the Louis Williams that went on to make it deep in UK Opens and play at World Championships. We know that there is
105.
still a big level to go, but he's averaging 88.71 here, and he's playing at a level
100.
which, here at the Super Series, is going to give you a base for success.
I remember the UK Open extremely well when he first sort of burst on the scene. He had a really good following, a really
36.
good fan base down there with him. There was cheering him on. I was sort of in the backstage bit having a bit of a throw, and the roar
41.
as he was going through the card, and no more so than when he won in the third round 6-4 against Jose de Souza. He also beat Adrian Gray 6-3, someone we saw here not too long ago at the
85.
Super Series, and a 6-5 win over Robert Owen. I remember the evening session though, round number 4, he nearly
100.
went even further. Only lost out by one leg, losing 10-9 to Steve West.
Were you involved in that competition, Matthew?
Yeah, did all right, to be
83.
fair.
I think it
When you
requires
prelim.
160.
Round 5, we'll take that. Take that. It's been 5 rounds here for Louis Williams on the scoring phase to get him down to 96. Ops the double-double.
76.
Fine effort,
I think it requires 60.
Louis Williams, but he's now going to have to dodge a couple of darts from Alex Small,
40.
which he does.
Louis required 20.
Look at that from Louis Williams straight away. Gets in position, takes a wider stance. Proper power position.
Game shot on the
Beautiful.
fourth leg.
Good
Louis
control of the
Williams.
emotions here from Louis Williams. It'd be so easy for him to
Fifth leg is
even
Alex
feel like
throw
wanting to
first.
not even play
Game.
darts today. Never mind turn up with this sort of determination. Especially against a player like Alex Small, who
43.
isn't easy to play for a couple of reasons. One, that he's good. And two, his pace is so quick that you're tending to have to find yourself managing the performance a lot, because you just feel like you're constantly at the hockey.
60.
I think the best decision Louis Williams made this week was he decided that after Tuesday he wanted to actually just get
60.
back on the hockey, get back on the horse. So he decided to play a local competition in Southampton, won a few games, and sometimes it doesn't matter where, does it, Nat, when you're
26.
struggling, whether it's a local competition, it could be the world championship. It doesn't really matter where. If you need to taste that feeling of winning, once you taste it, it doesn't matter where. It just gives you
60.
that bug, doesn't it, again?
I don't even think it's just that. I think a lot of the time it's to remember that your opponents aren't perfect. And you get into that mode of just expecting your opponent to hit everything. You feel like you have to take everything every single time it comes up.
134.
You feel like you have to be perfect because they're never going to miss. And it just reminds you that people do.
100.
This is more like it for Alex Small, who, it has to be said, it's been a little bit of a sluggish start, but that's a little bit more like it for the wild card. Going to bring it back to 3-2, and it will force Williams to serve it out in the next.
45. Alec, you require 24.
2 12s. Drags it inside, and so Williams is going to get a match-winning chance here on the fish.
No score.
And he's going to come back for
You
double 12
require
if this doesn't go.
170.
Only one way that it can go, and that is by opening with a couple of treble 20s. So it's going to the next best thing, which is setting it up, and you may feel a little bit
60.
encouraged at the
Alec
fact that
requires
Alex Smalls
24.
only hit 1 from his 7 attempts at double.
2 3s.
18.
But because
You
Williams couldn't
require
find a treble with the last
110.
chance, he's still going to need a treble to single to find the double. He's found the treble. He's found the single. And now double 18 for the
Game,
match.
shot, and the
And
match.
Louis Williams is top of the table. The man who spent most of Group A, when in fact all of Group A at the bottom of the pile. When he started from the bottom, now he's top. And that W tells you exactly how things went for the Prince of Wales. Williams, a 4-1 victor. He's got his mojo back, and it looks like the game is back as well. You can tell how much it meant to him. The average 81.9, the finishing 4 from 6, ending with a 110 checkout. For Alex Small, there is a bit of work to do for him, but for Louis Williams, that is as good a start as a start could be. Coming up after the break, 2 players who have played a lot in the online leagues together, but an opportunity to play in person as Derek Coulson and Darren Armstrong go toe-to-toe after this. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Louis Williams get the better of Alex Small by 4 legs to 1, averaging 81.9, 4 out of 6 on the doubles and completing the match of a 110 checkout. Next up for us, Darren Armstrong, who we are pleased to report is with a fresh set of darts. He had some issues with his points yesterday where he had to play with darts for the last couple of games of the session. Up against a debutant from Scotland, Derek Coulson. Now, although we don't have direct qualification through the World Seniors for this particular set of weeks, he did get an invite because of his performances on the World Seniors Tour. He won an Open Series event, the first one of 2024, averaged in excess of 106 in that particular final, and that gauged the eyes of people at the World Seniors who have very close connections with the Super Series, and our scouts gave him the opportunity, and we're looking forward to seeing what he can do on the stage, and it just shows there's another route to success in the game.
Oh, there's so many routes to success these days now, and so many different ways in which you can find your way to the top now in darts. It used to be a very simple system. You played in your local, you played your Super League, your county, your international, and then your tour events.
Derek to throw first. Game on.
Not anymore. Lots of new systems. JDC, ADC, WDF, and of course the MODUS Super Series, where all those worlds collide. And we get to see who will be the champion of champions.
As you can see there, Darren Armstrong's changed his darts. He's been to a local shop this morning where he bought a fresh set of 21-gram Gary Anderson darts.
They must have sold out at Matt Edgar's if he didn't get a set of those.
140.
I heard they're on sale, aren't they?
Yeah, and also available all good car boot sales when they start up again in the
99.
next month.
And if you get to the car boot sale late enough in the day, they might just give it away for free.
Before we get into the meat of this game, do you feel like Derek Coulson might have missed a trick here? So on the back of his shirt there, he's got the logo DC. Shouldn't he be nicknamed like the hero or the superhero?
140.
The
Derek
comic.
136.
Comic book guy.
See? Missing all these opportunities, Derek. Hope you're watching this back, pal.
60.
Well, there's one thing. It's a good start to life at the Super Series. 76 after 12.
58. Derek requires 76.
76 to take this first leg out. So 45 remaining.
36.
So will he even
Darren
himself
require
tops if he comes back.
124.
Armstrong 124 for an opening leg break. Treble 18 would have left the bullseye. So Coulson will come back for a go at tops to take out the opener.
$92. Derek require 40.
Get himself on the board. Settle him down.
Game shot
And
the first
his Super
leg.
Series
Derek Coulson.
campaign is underway. Coulson leads 1-0. Just having a look at
Second
his
against Darren to throw
stats
first. Game
for the past 12 months or so, and of the recorded games that we have had. And there's some
85.
really good stuff in there. Also includes a victory against fellow commentator. No, it's not. That's Chris Wilson, not Chris Mason. I completely misread that. What a great start.
I mean, to be fair, you could have styled it out. You didn't say fellow super. I mean, there might be Chris Wilson, might be a commentator.
103.66 and a 4-0 win there. Also, it beaten a Super Series player in Jim Long for a 98.31. So the numbers are really good. And in fact, for the last 12
100.
months or so, actually did lose to a Super Series commentator in Scott Mitchell by 4 legs to 1. But actually, having a look at the last 18 months, the annual average 86.28, checkout percentage 35.29. And we kind of say, don't we, Matt, to be successful in this format, anything around the 85 range, coupled with about 1 in 3 in the checkouts, is about par for the course.
Not going to be far away with darts like that at all. Darren Jansen not far away here. Good leg here.
58.
I've been interested in watching Darren Armstrong. When you look through his sort of recent form, it does read
80.
very, very well.
It's tops.
60.
It's just below, and so Coulson 144 to double the lead to 2-0, and to get the breaker throw. Doesn't go, and so Armstrong returns for double 10 to level this game back up. A
44. Darren
game which looks like legs in the 6 visit range may just be enough. Armstrong levels up with a 16, 1-1.
There's a man who recently reached the quarter-final of the Scottish Open. That one was the 2023 instalment. In the 2024 instalment, got to the last 16 phase. So 2 good runs there in events where we're talking 600 plus players. Shows the touch of quality
39.
that's in the arm of Armstrong.
I was having a chat with Darren earlier on this week about where his aims are kind of outside of the Super Series. He's going to carry on playing locally within the ADC. Might give 1 or 2 events a go here and there, depending on what he sees fit and when. Scottish Open obviously being the chief one amongst them, but hasn't ruled out maybe one day just having a year where he gives it a real good go and sees where he prizes himself up amidst the rest of the pack.
Well, with darts like this, he'd be well and truly
45.
in competition in any room, averaging over 100 at the moment. Darren Armstrong, maybe that dart, just having the issue with the points, might have done him a bit of a favour.
Do you feel like playing something like this could accelerate a player to want to be more competitive? We've seen it with Tom Lonsdale, haven't we, recently?
I think what it does do is it makes you realise you're not far off the top.
113.
This is a really good bridge between the professional and the amateur game. And if you're winning here, you're going to be very, very close. Stepping it up to the pros, and he's stepping it up here.
114.
Nearly a
Darren,
150 finish,
24.
but that would have just been to hold the throw.
Game shot on the third.
And Armstrong breaks, 14 darter to lead 2-1. And after good start for Coulson, things have just struggled below a little bit. Actually, in terms of the scoring, it's not actually too bad. 3-140s in there, but Armstrong's kind of cancelled that out with the maximum and 2 140s himself. He's actually averaging 98.07 is Darren, compared to the 85.44 that Derek's currently posting.
$85.
And it's interesting to go back to that conversation because I was speaking to Jamie Kelling, or we were speaking to Jamie Kelling following the final on Saturday,
41.
which he narrowly missed out to Reece Robinson, who won another one here at the Super Series. And he said, I know I can mix it now, and I think there was a real belief again. And I wonder whether that could just be the fuel to Jamie's fire to maybe think, well, the only thing I really do pitch my tent in is the Super Series and some local vault stuff, and maybe he'll look at possibly playing the ADC Tour or something like that this year. He's unable to play Italian Tour because he didn't go to Q school, but on the subject of the Challenger Tour, the ADC put on the Saturday events in that competition. The first weekend in Middlesbrough at the end of the month have been sold out. Maximum 256 field, and The events on Sunday are close to
140.
selling out as well. As
Derek
Coulson
142.
looks at 142. He's got 6 from here to square this game up at 2 apiece and get the break back.
$118.
Sets himself up to leave double 12 after 12.
$60. Derek required 24.
Armstrong broke in 14 in the last.
Game shot
Coulson
number 4
breaks
fair.
in 13
Derek
in
Coulson.
this. Level we are, 2-2.
Fifth leg is Derek to throw first. Game on.
It's always a very frustrating position to be in there if you're Darren Armstrong. When you get the breaker throw, you feel like you're getting control of the match and you get broken straight back.
60.
I feel like it's an opportunity that's passed you by.
$85. $140.
Fifth 140 plus of the match, that from Derek.
100.
Real tidy game. Both players now averaging in excess of 92. Putting the foot down possibly at the most pivotal of times. A 13 darter to break in the last leg. Has left himself a 161 after 9 in this one. And he is going to get a couple of opportunities to
100.
move
Derek
himself a leg away.
161.
Seeing this with a lot of debutants at the moment where they're just really taking to the Super Series so well and quickly.
65.
You'll
60.
feel like he's got
Derek,
a
you
little
require
bit of time on
96.
his side here, even though Darren back on he is on a finish. It is quite a way out. A 156.
56. Darren require
So
156.
over to Darren. 2 trebles required for a poke at the double. And from the very first dart, Derek Coulson knows that he's going to be returning back to the board. That is the
85.
ideal
Derek require
situation. You don't
40.
want the drama of seeing your opponent get a dart at the double where you're sort of on edge till the very end.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Nothing
Derek
edgy about
Coulson.
that visit. 1 pitch just above the perfect marker for the second to move in. And Coulson moves 1 away. 3-2.
Leg is Darren
Armstrong
to throw
throwing to
first.
stay in the
Game on.
contest.
$45.
As mentioned in the introduction to this game, these two know each other quite well. Both played in lockdown, and Darren still does now. A lot of online darts via webcams.
45.
So they were spending a little bit of time this morning reminiscing on old memories about that.
100.
Darren plays in that GDL online league.
$100.
Quite a lot of good sort of evolved out of the dart scene from the lockdown phase, really, didn't it? It was one of the
140.
rare sports that was still able to continue during that period of time. Part of the growth and evolution of the sport.
60.
Armstrong, good leg
100.
here on throw. Tunley's on 116 after 12.
$44.
He's
Darren
got
Everett,
time to take us all the
160.
way here, does Darren Armstrong. Treble 19. Oh, that's a bit wild. And so 90 remaining. He's got time on his hands.
28.
Now 88 remaining. And after all this, if Coulson can put in something big here, it may only be a dart at the ball from 6 darts in hand.
60. Darren, you require 88.
Double 12.
Game show
And we
with
go
six
all
flag.
the way to a
Darren
last leg
Armstrong.
decider. Felt a little bit
Seven
like a
from
chess
following
match
it,
where
Derek
one's
to
just
throw
kind of
first.
followed the
Game
other,
on.
and at times it's been a bit of a stalemate, but at the end of this leg, someone's going to have to separate themselves on the other.
60.
That will be exactly what Darren would have wanted to have heard. That treble-less visit.
140.
And the advantage of throw will allow him to have that treble-less visit as long as the rest of the leg is up to sort of expectations.
100.
And that is the minimum expectation there for Derek Coulson, who keeps himself in the mix.
25.
Oh, big slip from Darren Armstrong. Rehands the advantage back to Derek. Derek, going into that shot, dart number 6,
60.
was looking a little bit desperate. Found the treble and then becomes favourite again. This is the beauty of a last leg shootout, and this is why we always say
96.
going into those, anything happens in a last leg decider.
It swung and swung, but after 9 darts apiece, it's kind of Coulson's advantage of throw that's just got him in front. But a dry visit here will open up the door for
60.
Darren Armstrong, and the door is now open for the Scot.
And that'll be a settling moment there for Darren when you're seeing your opponent struggling to find the treble.
100.
You just feel like you've got that bit of extra time. Feel like they're not going to be able to take the moment. You just sense that little bit of weakness. In Derek's case, that just might be purely the fact that he's here on
84.
debut and
Darren
really
Maguire,
wants to pick up the victory.
140.
And a very, very unfortunate last start there with a deflection.
60. Derek, you require 137.
Deflection means that Derek now needs to find a couple of trebles. Which you can't do. You can just set it up, and he's going to set it up well.
97.
Darren Armstrong will be
require 80.
expecting a match start.
We'll get a match start, but in a block tops. But he
Game
finds a way
shot
through
and
to
match.
win in the
Darren
last leg
Armstrong.
decider. He beats Derek Coulson 4-3 in a game full of twists and turns. It swung one way and then the other. New darts, no problem for Darren Armstrong. He gets over the line in a tight and tentative contest. 4 from 6 on the doubles, an average of 88.5. That was kind of the level we were seeing him play at throughout the course of Monday and Tuesday. For Coulson, 84, 3 out of 7 is not a bad debut performance, but he just ran into something and just kind of ran out of steam a little bit in the last leg. Well, we're going to see another debutant in action here. Jack Mayle will take to the stage for the very first time when he takes on Danny Jansen. A bit of a surprise to see him in Group C. How's he going to fare? We'll find out after this. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth for this, the MODUS Super Series. For the break, Darren Armstrong got the better of Derek Coulson in a last leg decider 4-3, averaging 88.68 and 4 out of 6 when it came to the doubling. Next up, Danny Jansen, but it was a surprise to see him in Group C this week, considering the form that he provided on the Challenge Tour and the Development Tour at the beginning of the campaign. And he takes on the debutant, Jack Mel, who we saw in action last week at the UK Open in Minehead. Up against Jansen, who will be hoping to make it through to the finals on debut. But let's find out a little bit more then about Jack Mel, the left-hander, 22 years of age, from Newcastle upon Tyne. Won that Riley's UK Open qualifier to play at Minehead. So the man from Newcastle taking on the man from Holton, the 21-year-old Danny Jansen. Played at the World Championship before, of course, former winner of a Players' Championship title. And that is why, because of the recency of it, we hold him in such high regards to when it comes to this week.
It's not just that, it's the form has been showing over the last sort of couple of months as well, Danny Jansen.
It's Jack to throw first. Game on.
He was one of those players, though, that just fell a bit foul to the sort of 2-year system, shall we say. They're one of those players that have one good year and one bad year, and the bad year costs you and sort of eradicates that good one. One thing I was wondering, though, just on the back of his shirt there, he's got the mullet. You got any idea where that nickname may come from?
Might be something to do with the hair.
125.
I do believe we had Scott Mitchell with us for the last 3 days worth of action, and his dad apparently has got one just as impressive, if not more than impressive, the one that Danny's got. And if Danny Jansen does qualify for Saturday
59.
night, Danny's dad and grandfather will be in attendance for the finals. They will make the trip over from the Netherlands.
95.
This has been a very solid first leg, this from Jack.
140.
Left himself 56 after 12, on for a potential 5-visit leg to kickstart his Super Series campaign.
65. Jack, you require 56.
He's going to have 2 darts at tops.
16.
And he hopes that Jansen can't find something seismic here.
He fancied that, didn't he? You could tell by the
Jack
reaction. He
requires
thought that was
40.
going to go. And why not when you've been having everything go your own way like Danny Jansen has so far in 2024?
No score.
Well, a really good scoring
Danny
leg here from
requires
Jack Male, but
68.
he's not been able to get over the line. And this is a genuine chance here for Danny Jansen. He's going to get 2 darts at the double 4. Make that one at double 2.
66.
And they're the sort
Jack
of
requires
misses
40.
that frustrate you when you've had 2 darts to break after being given the opportunity. And always the case first dart in hand.
Jack Male.
Jack Male gets over the line in the end. He's up and running here in his Super Series campaign.
Second leg, it's Danny to throw first.
Doing 6 darts to get there, but Male is on the board.
125.
After that fly with the first dart. Good recovery with the last 2 there for Danny Jansen.
$96.
We were saying in the studio, weren't we, at the top of the programme, that we don't have a ranking database here at the Super Series, but
59.
probably maybe with the exception of Scott Taylor, because he'll come in as the defending champion when he plays in Series 7, more to come on the dates that he plays in due course. But when you come in as the Challenge Tour
94.
#1, you effectively come in as the #1 seed, don't you, for this competition?
That's how you'd expect to
45.
see it, absolutely. However, as much as I agree with that, I also think people may debate point.
140.
And I think someone who may debate is someone who's been very successful here at the Super Series, and that would be Steve West.
64.
Yeah, I know all about it because I interviewed Steve about the same subject, and it was a very fun interview to conduct. And I felt sorry for Phil Bars because Phil was then sent to interview Steve the next day, and
95.
I think Steve gave Phil 10 barrels. I know Steve's watching. I hope you keep him well, pal. And I hope the
Jack, you're
the
right,
hips recovering well.
76.
This is for 2-0. It's a dart at tops.
56.
Dips below. Jansen back for 68 to square
Danny
this game
requires
up.
68.
It's the same equation he missed to break the throw. And it was the exact same way.
Game
But
shot
this
on second
time,
leg.
Gets
Danny
the
Jansen.
result. Much better there on the 68 from Danny Jansen. Levels us up. But Jack Mayle
Well,
will
it's
be very
Jack to
encouraged
throw
here. The
first.
fact that he's getting
Game on.
opportunities on the throw of Danny Jansen. He would have seen that graphic at the start of the show go on the screen. That would have said Danny Jansen's the
60.
favourite. And he gets the first crack at trying to stop him.
96.
It's the final game of the first round of fixtures for the day. Round 2 will see Williams against Coulson.
57.
Jansen will turn against Small, and Armstrong will take on Mayle.
55. $60.
Is it fair to say that even though we haven't seen any poor performances so far, that we're still kind of waiting for this group just to kind of
100.
catch fire a little bit? Would that be a fair assumption?
Well, we've got a lot of debutants in the field as well, haven't we, at the moment? So with that, it's just going to take a little bit of time just to settle into the environment, the surroundings, and
60.
get comfortable with what they're trying to achieve.
100.
So Jansen 150 to break the Mayle throw and to take a 2-1 advantage.
58. Danny require 150.
Not going to go this time, but
94.
he's going to set himself up for a single to double combination upon his return.
Danny require 56.
56. Jansen in with a squeak of a break. Double 10.
46.
Doesn't go, and so Mayle to hold
Jack
throw
require
here, 106.
106.
Treble to single combination. Treble 18. Would have given him a dart at double 16,
40.
but Jansen
Danny
will come
require
back
10.
free in hand at double 5 for the break of throw. First one grazes the wire. The second
John
one
the
finds its
third.
way in.
Danny
And
Jansen.
Jansen leads 2-1 with a break.
Fourth leg, it's Danny to throw first.
When you look back
Game
to
on.
that run from Danny Jansen when he won that Pro Tour, it wasn't like he had an easy run. First round beat Radat
58.
Sagansky, who has also won a Pro Tour himself. He beat William O'Connor in the second round. In the third round, beat Snakebite, Peter Wright,
97.
who will be one of those players that will be debated in years to come as arguably one of the greatest players to play the game.
43.
6-5 victory over Christopher Tysky in the last 16. Quarterfinals beat Chris Doby, beat Dave Chisnell in the semi-final before beating a bit of a
100.
cult hero in the now former UK Open champion Andrew Gilding. Not a bad
92.
list of names to take you to that Pro Tour title.
Bet he didn't hit 170 to beat Gary Anderson, though.
78.
I don't think anyone's ever done that, have they?
Not to win 6-5 on a Pro Tour, definitely not.
57.
I'm sure anybody who did would probably shout all about it, probably make a dartboard in honour of the achievement.
100.
Do you know anybody like that?
Nope. Can't think of one.
100.
Mal here's had a
Jack
decent
McCoy,
leg against the darts.
126.
Leaves himself 1-2-6 to square this game up at 2-2. Will stay there because the treble would have given him a dart at the bull. Not to happen this time, and so Jansen will return for the 151 to
58.
make it
Danny McCoy,
3-1.
151.
Triple 17 would have given him a dart at tops, and so Mail to square up at 2-2 wants 68.
68.
Two fours.
Games
2-2.
on the fourth leg. Jack Mail.
And a little bit like the last game, it's a bit of a swings and roundabouts affair.
That 68
Very
rears its head
Jack
again,
to
doesn't
throw
it? For the
first.
third time, it's been
Game on.
quite an important key moment in this match. But Danny Jansen won't be too pleased with the
60.
level of performance that he's put in so far here today at the Super Series. Be hoping that this is just a slow start and that the
60.
big stuff can kick in. It wasn't a slow start for Louis Williams, was it? 4-1 victory over Alex Small in his opening game. He's coming up next. See if he can follow up the heroics of that opening game. He's had a couple of
140.
games in the back room to sort of sit and ponder and take it all in. And see if he can play with that same level
100.
of steely aggression.
You get the sense as well, he's the type of player, Louis, that if he wins the next one, that when he really builds his confidence, he's going to be so hard to beat because he'll almost have this not
60.
air of invincibility, but inside the practice room, he'll galvanise his confidence, and he's a player that can play on the right side of the
60.
edge when he's playing well, can't he? He's not afraid to let his emotions be a part of his performance, but in a good way.
100. 116. Jack, your record 141.
He's going to get 6 darts at this if he needs them, Jack Mail.
Game
But he
shot
doesn't
the
need
fifth
6
leg.
darts. 3 will
Jack
do him.
Mail.
Danny Jansen didn't leave himself on a finish. Gave the comfort blanket there to
Six legs,
Jack
Danny
Mail,
to
who
throw
said,
first.
thank you very
Game.
much. I'll have a bit of that. And you, Danny, can have a bit of this.
140.
But that's a comfortable start on throw for Jansen. 140. Throwing to stay in the contest.
96. 140.
Back-to-back 140s. And finally, it just looks like Danny has arrived. It's kind of been a case, hasn't it, the first few legs, where he hasn't been able to piece things
60.
together. There's been glimmers and signs, but now possibly he's building up ahead of speed.
140.
Sometimes when someone does something big, it can get the back up, and that's what it looks like it's done for Danny Jansen. Clearly, visibly throwing a little bit quicker as well.
60. Danny require 81.
Plenty of time if he needs it.
Game
Didn't
shot
even
the
contemplate
sixth
the
leg.
split there,
Danny
Danny
Jansen.
Jansen. Just wanted to get the job done. A beautiful 12-dart leg, leaving his opponent stranded
Seventh
back on
and final leg is
285.
Jack to throw
And that will be
first.
the thought that's
Game
going
on.
through Jack Mail's mind right now. A little bit of panic as well, knowing the quality of the man that is stood behind him.
140.
And so for the second time in 3 matches, we go all the way.
45.
And that slip for Jansen means Jack Mayle has got all of the running after the first throws.
$60.
And you can physically see there Jansen psyching himself up. He is
79.
livid with himself. He'll probably feel that the hard work of the last leg, he's just undoing himself badly here.
It's just the timing of it all, isn't it? Because a 12-dart leg against the darts would have been brilliant, but in that last one, he did have his
60.
opponent stranded right back near the 300 mark, and it was still just to hold the throw. That was the visit
23.
where Danny Jansen approaches the hockey thinking it's now or never. And he chooses now. We're back to game on scenario.
46.
Particularly after the misstray of the second dart and lack of recovery of the third. If Jansen could find a 140 here, there's an argument to make him favourite for the leg.
100.
Ton leads in first to finish, but Mayle can make it more makeable.
$99. Danny Recoil 154.
He's himself on a treble to double combination, and he is going to go at the 96.
64. Jackie Recoil 96.
Options for Jack Mayle to get the job done here. To pick up his first point. Stayed on the treble 20 without
56.
success. Danny Jansen
90.
now will be expecting to get at least a dart to win this here. He's going to get 2.
That first dart's difficult because of the way it sat down low. His dart stand up, meaning he hasn't got much of a
60.
view of that.
Jackie Recoil 40.
2 match darts have come and gone for Danny Jansen, and so Jack Mayle comes back to the hockey, looking at tops, pinning the
Game,
tops
shot, and
to win
the
on debut.
Jack
He
Mayle.
beats Danny Jansen 4-3 in a deciding leg to get his first win at the Super Series, and, well, a bit of a celebration to follow suit. That was a Ronaldo-type sue at the Super Series. Goodness me. 81-81 the average, 4 from 10. That 1-4-1 was a highlight. For Jansen, well, it'll feel like a case of it must be starting again for him. Coming up after the break, the beginning of round 2, and the table topper, Louis Williams, in action against Derek Coulson. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have completed the first round of fixtures. And following it, Louis Williams, who spent, well, pretty much from game one onwards in Group A, bottom of the table, picked up just one win from his Group A campaign. He now finds himself top of the table. I know it's only the first round's worth of fixtures, but it was a very, very positive start for the Prince of Wales. He beat Alex Small by 4 legs to 1. The average 81.9. He was 4 out of 6 on the doubles. He had a 110 checkout to win the match. But Derek Coulson was also very solid on debut. 84-84, 3 from 7 on the doubles in a last leg decider defeat against Darren Armstrong.
Louis to throw first.
This
Game on.
has the makings, if they play to type in round one, of a very close and competitive match.
Absolutely. And you can already see
81.
from the first darts that expression of Louis Williams again, that grit, that determination, that fight written all across the expressions. But he's going to be very, very aware of Derek Coulson and the threat that he poses.
60. $91.
For Coulson, this is almost a... As much as, of course, he wants to be successful here, it's a bit of a free roll hit, isn't it, for him to a certain extent, where he can kind of take each game as it comes and kind of just compare and contrast himself to the rest of the field.
I think Coulson as well is going to be one of those players that's quite an ideal pace to play, because he's not fast, he's not slow, he's just there. Gets to the hockey quick, gets his darts, gets out the way.
41.
Gives you just enough time to gather your thoughts and not enough time to leave you pondering.
At least in the throwing of the darts, the accuracy of it could leave his opponents pondering. Threading the break in this first leg. And Louis just having a couple of those strays, which we saw in Group A.
85.
Good recovery with darts
Derek
2 and 3,
90.
but Coulson, the break opportunity, should at least get a dart at the bullseye at the end of this combination. Treble E's double 5, but he has strayed the other side. He has chased the treble. He's paid his prices, Chris Mason would say.
49.
He won his last game for 110 out. Can he start this one with a 149? Still an opportunity. But that chance has come and gone. And so Coulson back for tops of the break.
125. Derek, you require 40.
Beautiful setup play. That may just be a touch too late.
Game shot on the first leg. Derek Coulson.
The first leg of the game goes to Derek with a break of throw, the most
Derek
significant factor.
Game on.
Coulson did just miss out by a one leg in a last leg shootout to Darren Armstrong, who took that 80 out, one dart in hand at tops.
93.
Derek may have thought he was coming back because it did look very blocked. Looked like a very tough route through to the double.
96. $100.
On the first lap of pictures, though, it's got to be said, it does look like one of those groups that is going to be one of them where everyone is sort of beating each other.
180.
This man's not been beaten yet today. He's been beaten a lot throughout the week, but he's come out firing, he's come out fighting today, showing that no 2 days are the same.
81.
He's just got danger written all over him right now. Louis Williams has rekindled the Louis Williams that we've seen before. And the thing was, because of the quality that he has, he didn't have to be
the top version of himself to be competitive. Even if he could
95.
find
Louis
something
require
in and
100.
around a B game, he would still be able to give himself opportunities because that is how good he is. Tops. This is for an 11 dart leg. And the break back. Double 10.
90.
Moves inside. That could give him some issues
Derek, you
if
require
Derek doesn't take out the 1-3-2.
Expect to see him starting on the ball. That's because 25 still leaves the option open. It's treble 19, which will not go. And notice there, Louis
104.
Williams, the
Louis required
second
10.
the treble was missed, the head went down. That's the moment he starts preparing for this double 5.
Game shot on the second leg. Louis Williams.
Got broken in the opening leg, but instantly gets that breaker throw straight back.
Third leg, it's Louis to throw first. Game on.
But we are 1-1. This is a good contest. Both players averaging 91 after the first couple of legs.
$55.
But you're already getting the reading out of Derek Coulson that he's just going to be so hard to break down and so hard to beat that he's just going to do enough to hang in every leg he
93.
plays.
Derek Coulson doesn't lose, he gets beat. By that I mean if you're going to get the W against him, you've got to go and beat him. He seems to be the sort of player that's going to give you
135.
absolutely nothing. He's going to be steady, consistent, always around that sort of 6-visit block, which is very, very tough to beat, and why he's getting success out on that seniors
140.
tour.
And he's going to be one of the players that's going to be the direct beneficiary of the system changes. Next year's World Seniors is going to be based off of a
60.
world ranking system as opposed to the previous model of there being a vast number of direct invites. There will still be 4 in the 24-player field, but Coulson, by playing the tour events, could give himself the
140.
chance to qualify. You're still going to have to find a way to qualify for TV events to be in the top 12, you'd imagine, but it gives players like him just that extra glimmer of hope that they can make it
46.
through to the big televised tournaments.
Require 128.
And he's got an opportunity to break Louis here. This will be the third successive break to begin the match, and he's got 6 from 1-2-8 to do exactly that.
45.
Currently sat number 35 in the order of merit on the seniors tour. Win percent of 64%.
105. Don't you require 83.
On an average of 85. That is where we've been saying that you'll be very competitive in the Group C with that sort of average. He's doing better than that here.
51. Louis require
Doesn't
100.
go, and Williams missed a couple of darts to take the 10 out on the last leg. Tops. Doesn't go, so Coulson for the third successive break to begin the match.
60. Derek, you
There's
require
down double
32.
16.
Game shot on the
Finds a
third
double
leg.
16.
Derek
Coulson
Coulson.
finds a third successive break to kickstart this game. He finds himself
Looks like it's
2-1
Derek
to
throw
the good.
first. Game on. $140. $100. $45. $140.
Well, things are getting very tight again in this Group C. Following that 4-1 victory for Louis Williams, we've seen 2 successive 4-3s, and you get the sense that this game could head in a similar direction. That 140 very timely for Derek there.
look at the fight.
180.
Once again, here in Louis Williams, who has had the best of times recently, but he has had some positive signs, most notably a 5-0
81.
victory
Louis
in the
require
Challenge Tour
81.
over Chaz Barstow. And then a very notable win, 4-1. It's Alex Small in our opening game. He's looking to make it back-to-back victories. And he's responding very, very well once again to having his throw broken.
66.
Gonna fly over the last, and so Coulson for the
Derek, you require 95.
lesser spotted holder throw in this game. Lovely dart. Double 19. Doesn't go, but Williams is going to have to spurn a dart
15.
upon his return because of the slip into the 9 with the last dart of his last visit.
Maybe a bit of a help for him that he can do this in 2 blocks rather than having all that time just thinking of the 3 darts in hand, which
13.
maybe now he wishes he had.
Derek, you require
Few
19.
darts there gone missing for Louis Williams. That was a chance to get things back level. A chance that will once again present itself, but if you are a bit low, a little bit void of confidence, nobody enjoys this area of the board.
Has to attack it. 1 up. 2 up.
No
3
score.
up. But he could be 3-1 down.
Derek, you require 8.
Williams 1 from 11 on the doubles. Coulson 2 from 9. Grazes the wire. Surely. Double 2.
6.
And now they're both scratching around the madhouse.
2.
What if we can get to 7 up? We're on 3 at the moment.
4. In with the 5th.
Leg.
Yes,
Louis
it took you
Williams.
5 darts, Louis, didn't it? I think that was an apology, not how many darts it took for him to win the leg on the double.
5th leg, it's Louis to throw first. Game on.
Maybe he just wanted a high five or throwing binks on the way past.
Well, you know, everybody has their dreams in life.
90.
Suppose he's becoming our poster boy referee, isn't he, for the Super Series, Owen Binks? One of the
60.
top officials in the world of darts. Beyond here, he's one of the chief markers for the Professional Darts Corporation. He's officiated at a World Championship
60.
and has marked on a World Championship semi-final. For someone of his age, he's had a very good career so far, and his career is only heading in one direction. Although he's a bit more of a Coldplay fan than One
81.
Direction.
I think Louis Williams will be a bit more of a darts fan today than he has been for the rest of this week, because when you're going through what Louis Williams has over the
43.
first couple of days, you almost get to a point where you dislike the sport. You don't want to play the game.
$60.
He has played the opening weekend of Challenge Tour events, Development Tour events, and the best he managed to achieve on the Development Tour was a
98.
last 32. That one came in event number 1, losing out to Sebastian Bieletsky.
$60. $100.
Williams, 110 for a lesser spotted holder throw. The first 4 legs of this game have gone
100.
against the
Louis
darts.
110.
It was a 110 that he used to beat Alex Small.
45.
He did go that same way as well.
Derek
Popped in
require
to start on the
140.
treble 19. It's back to the top of the board for Derek Coulson, who's a little shake of the head there, disappointed with the attempt at the 140.
60.
Giving Louis Williams
requires
a chance to
65.
take the lead for the first time in this fixture.
One dart has come and
25.
gone. Coulson may only get a dart.
Derek, you require 80.
Well, this was the finish that actually hurt Derek Coulson. The finish that went against him, and it was this way, 20. 20 for tops.
60.
And it might be a
Louis require
petard. He
40.
might get hoisted upon again. The target Coulson's just missed. Is one that
on the
Williams
fifth leg,
finds
Louis
last start
Williams.
in hand, and it took him 3 days to win one game of the Super Series. He may win back-to-back here. He's a leg away
Derek
from
is Derek
completing
to
a
throw
victory
first.
against Derek Coulson.
Game on.
And how different a day can be in this sport. What is it they say, new players say about darts being on the day? Well, Louis
60.
Williams on this Thursday afternoon is living, breathing proof of it.
He'll certainly be enjoying his Thursday outing at the darts.
36.
Just looks more up for it as well, doesn't he? Looks more engaged, more focused, more determined. And with that, may we just see him grow in confidence and stature.
140.
Certainly if this continues.
$100.
One thing me and Scott were analysing yesterday was he was finding the line a bit better. He was
60.
spraying along, and even though his scores may not have been as heavy, he was keeping things straight enough, and he's worked on that quite obviously to a better level for today.
100.
It's just that aggression in the throw, so to speak, that propelling the dart through the air. He's had a few wayward ones, a few that have gone sort of high in the 5, with that shoulder sort of engaged within the action. But this,
85.
so much better, and there's going to be a point where he's going to start to feel competitive in this group. That's when then you re-ask the question, because at the
79.
moment he's probably just trying to
Derek, you require 156.
find something. But when you feel like you found it and you're back in competition, does it then change that feeling? Coulson will be looking to get a similar feeling.
100.
And that was going to a last leg shootout, but he'll want a better outcome on this occasion. We did say that this is going to be a tight group, and I think the case in point may come down into the score lines we've had so far, that
190.
if Coulson is to
Derek
take this
requires
out,
56.
it'll be 3 out of 4 games going the distance.
Get our money's worth in terms of legs today,
In
and we
from
will
the
go
sixth
to a
leg, Derek
decider
Coulson.
once again. It's Williams at the throw. That's
75
kind of proved
for Louis to
academic,
throw
though,
first.
in this game.
Game on. $77.
Big last start for Louis. Otherwise, he really would have opened the door up for Derek. A couple of trebles, and you would say he's in charge of the leg.
$85.
Pretty much as you were.
$125.
This is good. This is a man that's under pressure. It's a man who's had struggles over the first few days. It's a last leg shootout here for a chance to make it 2 from 2.
140.
But they're both bringing it. This is a high quality affair here in the last leg shootout.
You sense this visit is key. It's going to be key for Coulson when he comes back. It's going to be very key for Coulson when he comes back, because Williams has left himself on 135. And Louis got 6 for back-to-back wins. Didn't have to go the bullseye route because Coulson isn't on a finish. He could win back-to-back matches with 10 plus outs. It's double 12 for the victory. Oh, that's incredible. It's back-to-back wins for the Prince of Wales. And it's another ton-topping finish to win a match. It's no problem now, is it? The Prince of Wales is 2 from 2. And does it in sumptuous style. A 135 to complete the match. And he's won more games in 2 games today than he has done for the first 3 days. This is a new version of Louis Williams. A 4-3 victory with an 83.7 average. It was 4 from 18 on the doubles, but they did have that one leg, didn't they, where they were straggled on the madhouse. And then finishing off a 1-3-5 finish. So Williams 2 from 2. Remember, he was the big bookies outsider to win the group today. He's the first player to move on to 4 points. Coming up after the break, Danny Jansen and Alex Small are both trying to get on the board. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Louis Williams got the better of Derek Coulson by 4 legs to 3 in a last leg decider, averaging 83.7. Missed 14 darts at a double, but finished off his second consecutive game with a ton plus checkout. The 135 sealing victory for him. Next up for us, Alex Small and Danny Jansen in action. Jansen, who lost out in his first game against Jack Mayle by 4 legs to 3, missed a couple of darts at double 15 to get over the line in that particular encounter. Up against Alex Small, who, out of all the players you saw in the first round of fixtures, is the one perhaps we might have the most cause of concern for. Would that be fair to say?
43.
A Group C campaign can get so away from you so quickly. And we've
100.
got two players here that lost their opening games. If you lose your first two, you're pretty much chasing them
81.
from the offset. You know my rule, you can lose 3. After that, you need a spot of luck.
93. 69.
Reminder, you can send in
44.
your interactions to us across our social media feeds. It's at MSS Darts, and we welcome the thousands of you joining us, whether it be via the
138.
MODUS Super Series YouTube channel or via your preferred bookmaker site. Remember, 18+ begambleaware.org in the
26.
UK if you're having a flutter.
170.
Jansen 170 for the opening leg. He had 6 on that point. Didn't need to take out on this turn, but
45.
one thing that's becoming very apparent is the Jansen stray into the single 5.
44. Danny require 125.
He's looked there for the taking, hasn't he, Dan Jansen? He's not come into this as a player who looks like a favourite, but this could be the start.
85.
Sometimes when you go into some at the favourite, it does
90,
add an
Danny
extra
require
bit of pressure
40.
to it. There's a lot of players that always want to play the underdog
Games
card.
on the first
I
leg.
always feel
Danny
more comfortable being the underdog. And this will probably be one of those occasions where Danny Jansen
Second
has
against
found
Alex
himself as
Trophy.
favourite,
Game on.
but maybe a situation he's not quite used to yet. He might have to get used to it if he carries on playing like he has done on
56.
that Challenge Tour this year.
I was going to say, it's going to be a reputation that he's kind of afforded to himself
78.
very quickly, hasn't he? And I'd imagine now the feeling towards Danny when it comes to games will be very different. Whereas maybe
95.
last year on that Pro Tour, there's plenty of piranhas in the tank, and so you can kind of swim under the radar when you're playing on the
54.
Pro Tour. But when you begin going on the Challenge Tour and winning things, then instantly people will go and play you in events, and
81.
you'll be the prize scalp. And that's something you've got to get used to, because people will naturally raise their game against you.
134. $59.
Got to be said, it's been a little bit disappointing in the early parts here from Alex Small. Someone we hold quite high here at the Super Series.
65.
And maybe it's one of those things that we look at that title he won, that Champion of Champions.
98. Danny require
Just like Ryan
170.
Searle did. Gerwin Price, Johnny Clayton. And maybe we judge him off of that
58.
a bit too
Danny
often.
require 112.
Small can take his go at the
52.
112. Can Jansen
112.
take his? Tops
72.
goes above, and Small should get 2 of that particular target to level up.
Game
Well, that
for the
first
second
dart
leg.
didn't look
Alex
inviting,
Small.
but it turned out to be the clip off the barrel of that dart, which landed it into the bottom portion of the bed.
I think
1-1.
it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
I think he enjoyed that one as well. Gives himself in the game.
45.
But Danny Jansen, I think
45.
he would have expected more from himself here. And when you've got that sort of expectation, that idea in your head of what you want to produce, and you're
96.
not producing it, it causes a little bit of that internal frustration. He's just got to find a way of managing
58.
that. Because, as we said at the start of this game, a Group C campaign can get away from you and be over
44.
so quickly. Very different. We are Group B campaign in the evening. That starts tonight from 10 p.m. on the Super Series
58.
YouTube channel.
$95.
And it has struck me that in this group of players, Alex Small is the
26.
only player in this 6-player group who is not a debutant. So, if he can keep himself competitive after day one, could his knowledge and know-how of this competition,
75.
because of the complexity of it at times, come to his advantage later on tomorrow?
I think sometimes ignorance is
96.
bliss.
Danny record 146.
And certainly in a round robin or something like the Super Series, absolutely the case. Just go back to the group I played in
86.
a few months back, and John Worsley needed just one leg to qualify.
42. Danny record
Went into
60.
the game and he was nervous about winning a leg. Weren't even thinking about winning the match, and that smaller goal within the goal just adds the pressure.
20.
But there was no pressure on that top, so a Small back on 176.
60. Danny record 40.
For 2-1. 2 10s.
Game shot on the
It's
third
found
there.
for Jansen. This
Danny
hasn't been
Jansen.
vintage from either. It's been a very scrappy affair thus far. But to a certain extent, Jansen
Well,
won't
there's
care
Alex
about
Trophy.
how if he does. But that's more like it from Alec. That's much more like it from Alec.
180.
I love watching quick players
45.
when they're hitting. It's one of the nicest things on the eye as a darts connoisseur
60.
that I am.
$83.
I think that's part of the reason why we're going to miss Danny Lauby under this roof for the next couple of years or so.
140.
Imagine a group with him, Alex Small, Moreno, Blom, Yellow, Clatton, Ricky Evans. We'll be done by midday.
85. Alec record 121.
121 to send us a 2-2 when the bullseye route with Jansen all the way back on 288.
55.
Just get the sense if somebody can just put a couple of legs together, they can get this game done in double quick time.
94.
I'm not just going to say this game, I'm going to say that about the group.
$34.
It's not the worst miss on double 18 into the single 4 because it means he can return for 32.
64. Alec, you're requiring 32.
So to level us up.
Game shot on the
And
fourth egg.
2-2 we
Alex
go.
Small.
Now, only the first game of the day have we not had a 4-3 scoreline. And the way this game is going,
Fifth leg, it's Danny
you feel
to
like
throw
we are
first.
going to see all
Game.
7 legs in this one.
$41.
How can you tell if a group is tight? Just look at the scores. It's exactly what we expected with this group. Don't think we've got a runaway in there as such. You just said it on paper. Could potentially be
58.
Danny Jansen.
$29. $85. $125.
Interesting just watching Alex last throw there, just slowing it down, just spending just that split second more just to adjust the dart, and it worked there with a couple of
100.
trebles.
$52. $139.
So Jansen leaving himself on
42, and he
78 to
requires
take a
78.
3-2 lead. Small not leaving a finish, so there is 6 starts from here. Double 10 is
Yeah, he's
found,
on the
and it's
fifth
3-2 to
Danny
Jansen.
Jansen.
So he finds
Six
himself a
leggers,
leg
Alex to
away.
throw
Small
first.
has it
Game.
all to do.
$85.
Feels like a bit of a biggie for Small.
60. $100.
Of course, you've got experienced campaigner in Alex Small this afternoon. We also have another experienced campaigner in Lee Cox later on this
92.
evening. He's going to be joined by Justin Smith and Mike Norton to make up the Group B lineup. And that's a max for Alec,
180.
which puts him on the cusp of sending us all the way again.
57. Alec require 136. $100.
Squared himself up for double 18 after 12. It's by far the best leg that we've seen in this match so far.
35. Alec require 36.
To take us to 3-3. 2 9s.
18.
But he has got all the time that one could want.
He does, but he's also coming back to an area of the board no player enjoys, and it's got an awful breakdown.
97. Alec require 18.
We've seen these get messy before.
2 4s to
Game's on the
take us
sixth
all the
leg.
way.
Alex Small.
For the 4th consecutive game, we are going to a last leg shootout.
7th and final leg. It's Danny to throw first. Game on. $97.
Well, both players are going to get their first game in the can in this group.
27.
Who do you think is a bigger leg for, though, Matt?
I think Danny Jansen's probably got ambitions of not just
44.
getting through this group, but winning this week. And he could find that ambition and that goal in big, big danger.
100.
Should he not be able to get over the line here?
$66.
The most frustrating score on a dartboard. Certainly have to get in the treble 20 with the opening dart.
82.
Was it almost representative, though, of his day so far?
Absolutely. Just when you think he's
58.
about to kick on and take control of the situation, he opens the door back up. Taking on a
83.
seasoned Super Series campaigner here in Alex Small.
96.
And Alex may fancy he's got 6 darts here from 209.
$76. Danny require 140.
So both players on big finishes for the match. Jansen first go with the 140, and he's not going to get a poker double 10.
85.
And he may have to spurn a dart upon his
133.
return. And so it's only going to be 2 at double top.
With Alex Small
93. Danny
sat
require 55.
waiting to pounce.
2 for the match. He only
Game
needed the
shot
1, and
out
it
of
was
the
a look of
match.
relief on the
Danny
face of Danny
Jansen.
Jansen as he gets over the line against Alex Small in a last leg decider. It was hard work, wasn't it, Danny? Probably be a mop of the brow as he heads backstage. It wasn't a classic, but Jansen won't care. He's got the points to his name. A 4-3 victory against Alex Small. 4-3 being the story of the day so far. Darren Armstrong and Jack Mail, well, they will return to the hockey, the final game of the second round of fixtures after this short break. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Danny Jansen got the better of Alex Small in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. So we enter the final game of the second round of fixtures, and it is Darren Armstrong up against Jack Mell, both 4-3 winners in their first game of the session. But who out of the two perhaps impressed you more?
I think I've been impressed with Darren Armstrong. Every opportunity I've managed to see him so far. And he really held himself together in that opening fixture. That 80 checkout to win the match when it looked completely blocked.
Darren to throw first. Game on.
I think he could be a big, big danger here. I fancied the value in him at the start of the show at 11-2.
99.
And I think if any of the punters have took him at 11-2, I think they're going to get a very good run for their money.
In terms of this match, Armstrong went off the 4-7 favourite. Jack Mail 5-4 outsider. And interestingly, the numbers for Louis Williams have come crashing in, but still only 9-2 against Danny Jansen. And if you put both players' performances on day one together, the 9-2 has surely got to be value, hasn't it?
40.
Oh, absolutely. And he's got the darts.
68. $140.
Jack Mail, though, just looks to be growing into the day. Player who's recently played in the UK Open.
85. Jack, you require 121.
Possibly one of the greatest instalments of the UK Open this year. Really enjoyable tournament.
97. Darren in record
Tournament in
164.
the end, won by Dimitri Vandenberg.
Eventually, probably the appropriate road.
45.
Two
Jack
trials for
record
Jack Mayo
24.
to make it 1-0 and to get the break. Can he slide off
James
the
on the
barrel?
first
Yes, he
leg.
can.
Jack
Mail
Mayo.
on the ball, 14 darter, 1-0. I think what we're seeing from Jack so far today is the good
So
stuff
here's Jack
is
to
very
throw
good, but
first.
the bits
Game
in the middle may just need to come up a little bit. Fair to say maybe a little bit feast or famine at times.
81.
It's just settling in process. He's very new to all this. Yes, he played not too long ago in the UK Open, but that was the biggest thing
97.
he's ever played in. So it's all coming thick and fast and new to him. And while it can be exciting, it can also be a touch overwhelming at times as well.
100. $58.
This is our sixth
26.
fixture of the day, so everyone will have had 2 laps of fixtures. So by then they should be all settled into it. They should all have felt each other out. They should have been able to have watched enough of each other to understand the pace of the
97.
play. And with that in mind, you'd think the next lap number 3, kicking off with Louis Williams versus Danny Jansen, is potentially going to be the strongest round of
140.
fixtures we've seen so far today.
$85. Jack record 154.
So 154 for a 2-0 lead for the Tyneside Tungsten tosser, as Chris Murphy would say.
58. Darren record 164.
Have one of them. Would have left the bullseye.
92. Jack record 96.
96 for a 2-0 lead for Jack. He's nicknamed the Maestro. Will he be the Maestro? Goes double. His tops. It's just
76.
below.
Darren record 72.
2 12s.
Game shot on the
To
second leg.
square this
Darren
game back
Armstrong.
up.
Third leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
I've been trying to think of the word to describe Darren Armstrong best. I think I might have found it.
60.
Robotic. Everything's done at
100.
one pace. Never seems to have any sort of emotion override the situation.
139.
Yeah, I'm going with robotic. I think that suits him absolutely perfectly, and that is a compliment.
44. $26. $92.
I know we said this a few times
98.
today. It just feels like another game where the pair were just cancelling each other out.
$133.
That visit leaves Jack first to a finish to threaten the break, but what can Armstrong do by way of response? Leads a 140 to put himself on a double and forces this champagne shot to go. He's just below the 25, and so Armstrong will have three in his hands if he wants to pick the double 19 straight away. And will probably be well advised to do so with Mail on 48. And he just slide one just a bit further up. Yes is the answer.
Darren Armstrong.
Bit more venom in the throw, and he finds himself 2-1 to the good.
Fourth leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
We've yet to see him post that really big performance yet, have we, yet, Darren Armstrong? He's a couple of averages in there around about the 92 mark, but
140.
consistency has really been the key. Regularly pitching himself sort of around that 87 sort of mark.
36. $100. 60. $91.
Big recovery in the last start to leave himself on a finish. And he is going to get 6 from the fish to level this game up at 2 apiece. Another. Does he go for the pull? He looks at the middle of the diddle and he nearly solved the riddle.
45.
Would have been for a 12 dart leg there.
100.
He's 25 under a little bit of scrutiny from Darren. 2 in his hand, a double 8.
70.
Strays the other side. Armstrong with a chance, but it is a big opening on 147, which isn't going to go on this occasion. And so Mail is back for 2 4s for 2-2.
65. Jack, you require 8.
Big adjustment needed here for Jack Mail. Now can act as a guide.
No score.
He's ended up further away than his first one was. Bit of a nervy visit there for Jack Mail. The frustration is bubbling, but he will get a return. That's when the frustration can sometimes boil over when you feel you've missed a chance and your opponent steps in and hurts you.
But with every passing visit, he must be feeling down. He's just breathing down his neck ever so more.
4.
He moves inside on the double
Darren,
4.
you require 40. Game shot on the 4th level.
But Darren Armstrong has the leg in his leisure after he breathed down Jack Mail's neck.
5th leg, it's
3-1
Darren to throw first.
throwing for the match.
Game on.
I feel like that's making the outtake bingo, isn't it? Maxi, yes please.
180.
And Armstrong is moving closer towards the line.
$45.
And it could just be that 4th leg really changing proceedings. Jack should have had it in his leisure. This should be a level game at 2-2. Darren's taken
95.
out his chances, now really ran with it on throw.
$99.
Looking to just try and put this one away. Put it away with no more drama, no more fuss.
140 down to
Join Louis Williams at the top of the table on 2 from 2.
92.
needs a treble. Or Darren
28.
will and is
Round
going
number
to be
1,
getting
72.
6 starts now to get the job done. He'll be expecting to have 4 of them at the double.
Game shot.
But he
and the
only
match.
needs the one
Darren
to
Armstrong.
get the better of Jack Mail by 4 legs to 1. The big moment in that match was in the middle of it. Jack Mail having moment and opportunity after opportunity to make it 2-2. Armstrong won the leg. He then won the match 4-1. Williams and Jansen is next. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have completed 2 rounds worth of action. And before the break, Darren Armstrong got the better of Jack Mail by 4 legs to 1. The player of the day so far is him and Louis Williams, both players winning their opening 2 matches. Williams, who was the outsider at the beginning of today, quoted as high as 50 to 1 to win the group, is currently top of it. This is how things have played out so far. And it is Williams in action now, up against Danny Jansen. Now, despite the fact Williams has won both his matches, and despite the fact Jansen is 1 from 1, they are still making Williams a massive outsider. He was around about 7-8 to 1 to win this game before a dart was thrown, but he is now 9 to 2 outsider compared to the 1 to 7. Almost guarantee the bookies feel Danny Jansen is. But there could be some real value on this game, couldn't there?
Especially when you look at that last performance from Danny Jansen. Yes, he won it, but it was just a 74.46. So Danny Jansen is actually under the pump here against Louis Williams, who's got a bit of a freebie opportunity considering he's already got 2 wins on the board.
First leg is Louis to throw first. Game on.
But what I'm liking from Louis Williams today is a little bit of confidence, a little bit of spring in the step, a little bit of swagger in the hips, and a bit of aggression across the face. He's up for this fight. Really, really good to see.
60.
How many times have we seen players in Louis' position in a Group A,
100.
and they let it drag into a Group C, and the week turns into a little bit of a disaster.
Well, he's just had 3 years on the PDC Pro Tour, and
60.
the amount of kicks and knocks that you're going to take on that tour, you need to have that resilience, and that's a quality that learnt, and it's a quality that he didn't show
96.
across the first 3 days, but he's showing it today. And he's showing it at that turnaround point when a new group presents itself, a Group C
60.
opportunity. It all resets and starts from zero, and he is relishing the chance.
He's getting his teeth stuck in.
58.
However, I'm going to ask a question here. Now, both of Louis' wins have come against players who
83.
haven't played him yet this week. This is the first time in this group he's played a player from Group A. Does that change anything in the psyche of maybe him or, in fact, his
93.
opponent?
I don't think he's the same player that we've seen for the first 3 days. Maybe for a player like Danny Jansen, he'll maybe get a bit of confidence and a bit of stock in what he's seen from Louis Williams. But I think this is a completely different Louis
140.
Williams
Danny
today, and I don't think
154.
that Danny Jansen should be taking this too lightly, although it's a dart of tops for a
Game
massive
shot the
154 and a monster
Danny
blow in
Jansen.
the opening leg, breaking the throw of Louis Williams. But we did see this
Second
as
against
well
Danny
in the
to throw
last game
first.
when
Game on.
Louis Williams was broken by Derek Coulson and then hit him straight back and hard.
97. $59. $98.
You just wonder with Danny whether there's just one moment where it could just flick back
60.
into life for him, and could that 154 just be the moment?
This is the biggest finish we've seen so far today. We've seen a couple of good finishers. 2 of them
57.
coming from Louis Williams, and to win the match, the 110 and the 135. Jack Mayle also treating us to a 141.
96. $85.
Significant improvement so far from Danny Jansen, who was on the Pro Tour exactly the same time as Louis Williams. So they'll be both very familiar with the quality and the threat that the other possesses.
41. Danny required 164.
So 164 for Jansen. Doesn't have to go for it if he doesn't want to. And he said in his quick fire
81.
questions that on the big fish he would lay up, and you'd imagine on the 164 he would do likewise. But there'll be no laying up about
100. Danny
this.
required 83.
He leaves double 16.
51.
There's been no
They
laying
require
down about
145.
Louis Williams and the fight that he's brought here today, and this would be an almighty way to get himself back into this game. But offering the opportunity here, potentially under a bit of pressure though. Danny Jansen, 3 darts in hand with the confidence he should have and the
Danny required 32.
familiarity with winning that he has been breeding throughout this campaign, through this year.
One left. Surely that's an inviting guide.
Danny Jansen.
We've seen it so many times this week. When that dart of Danny Jansen on the either 16s or the 8s just
Against Louis to
pitches
throw
up to
first.
attention,
Game
the
on.
barrel's a lovely guide just to kiss off of and into the bed.
$44. $140. $59. 45. $96. 100.
Louis Williams in danger of getting disconnected from this game here. Much improved performance from Danny Jansen, starting to show the qualities and the class that he's been showing.
90.
And the reason he is currently top of that challenge tour by over £1,000 difference from second place
100.
Stefan Belmont.
Sure, we'll see him here in the Super Series at some point this year.
50.
Aidan Kirk as well, doing very
And he
well on that
required
particular
160.
tour. Jansen 116 for the double break and a 3-0 lead. He has got 6 from here. Tops for a
Game's gone
second,
the
ton
further.
plus out.
Danny
And for the
Jansen.
second time in this game, he is broken with a ton topper.
Full flag, it's Danny to throw first.
And that man has got it all to do now.
Break of 116 and a break of 154 from Danny Jansen,
23.
stamping his authority on this game, but instantly offering some encouragement here to Louis Williams.
45.
Who's really enjoyed his day so far here on Thursday. Couple of victories opened up 4-1 against
41.
Alex Small. 4-3 against Derek Coulson. So the worst case scenario here for
60.
Louis Williams, essentially, he's got to get some legs on the board because it may come down to legs at the back end of this group when you look at the way the results have been
140.
going with so many 4-3 scorelines today.
Could be the type of group where people will be breathing down your legs.
60.
And a 4-0 win for Jansen would effectively wipe
60.
off the positive legs difference that Williams accrued in the first couple of games.
$60.
And he looks like he is the favourite now to complete a 4-0 win.
99.
He's going to get a go at 138. What can Williams provide in terms of pressure?
85.
Nothing
And
that's
he required
surmountable. 6 for the match
138.
then for Danny Jansen. He's not going to find his third ton topping finish of the match on this
86.
occasion, but he is going to leave himself with a single to double combination to wrap up the win.
$100. And he required 52.
It's been a far more encouraging performance for Danny Jansen.
32.
But he hasn't picked the points
Louis
up yet
required
to go with it.
91.
Options. Staring down that treble 17. Gives him 2 darts at tops and he
Game's
gets
on the
it.
full flag.
Louis Williams
Louis
keeps
Williams.
his hopes alive in this game. That's one of the breaks to throw that he's going to need if he's to turn this one
Fifth leg,
completely
it's
around.
Louis to throw first.
But a
Game
better leg
on.
there from Williams.
Game being played in tremendous spirit, and all the players in Group A really did get along like a house on fire.
96.
And there was times in the week where they did put an arm around the shoulder of Louis when he was struggling a little bit.
44.
That's one of the things about the Super Series, isn't it? It's so different to other competitions where when you're on that hockey, you want to decimate your
55.
opponent, but off the hockey, there's a different feel perhaps to other tournaments.
I suppose in any other
85.
tournament, once you lose, you go home, don't you? You don't sit around for another 4 hours with those players.
100.
But once again, digging deep, fighting hard. And the performance of Danny Jansen that was on the
132.
uprise, that was peaking, is just coming off that top end a little bit, which is allowing Louis Williams to seize an opportunity.
45.
We're allowing him to sense an opportunity, which may be about to be stamped out.
96.
He's left himself on a finish, but Williams with a couple of trebles here would make himself the favourite for the leg again.
45.
But that may well be all she wrote, because Jansen's already taken out a couple of ton toppers. He's not going to find a third on the 144. Williams is going to have to find
45.
another big finish of his own. He's already had a 110 and a 135. They've been to win matches. This is to stay in the match.
Won't go. But that last dart of Jansen, a slip into the fives, means he is
60.
still on a 3-dart combination, and he
required
has to
99.
find either a treble or 2 doubles.
There's the first.
79.
But it clatters the second
Louis
on top of the
require
barrel
100.
of the first. And so Williams, to save the match, wants the square ton. It's tops. Now double 10. This is a huge dart. It's a
Game's on the
huge hit.
fifth leg.
And suddenly
Louis
Danny
Williams.
Jansen's got a little bit of thinking to do. He was 3-0 up in this game. He's already thrown once for the match. And if he fails to convert
leg, it's
second
Danny
time
to
with the
throw
darts,
first.
we're going
Game
all
on.
the way to a decider again.
2 great finishes there from Louis Williams, 91 on the 100. And that 100 confirms the fact now that Louis Williams has had a finish of 100 or more in all of his matches so far today. Another sign of a step forward. But Danny Jansen needs to get the job done here. If it goes all the way, he will be against the throw.
100.
In the whole of Group A, Louis Williams won 14 legs. He's already won 10 today.
60. $89.
Needs to fill this up, you feel. Danny Jansen will fancy 172 in 6.
100.
But Jansen now has the game in the palm of his hands. Williams can only hit and hope from here.
100. Danny required 32.
To put him on to 4 points.
Game
And it is
shot and the
back-to-back wins for Danny Jansen. And following that first defeat to Jack Mel, Jansen's 2 for 2. That's the first defeat of the group for Louis Williams. And just a little bit of a lay of relief there from the mullet. The pair have a chat from the battle they have just had. And this, the tail of the tape from it. An 85. Good enough for Jansen to pick the points up. A couple of ton toppers to him. Williams with the ton on the nose. And after the break, Coulson and Mail will go toe-to-toe. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Danny Jansen got the better of Louis Williams by 4 legs to 2, averaging 85.56. 5-12 on the doubles, 2 ton-plus checkouts in there, including a 1-5-4. Next up for us, it is Derek Coulson in action up against Jack Mel. It is our 8th game of the afternoon session here at the Super Series. It's game 8 of 25 we're going to be bringing you today. It's going to be a long day, but a fun day of darts. Later on tonight, we'll be watching Carlo Vampire, Andy Bolton, Justin Smith, Mike Norton, and Lee Cox in action in Group B. But right now in Group C, we are watching Derek Coulson and Jack Mel. We're watching all the action alongside Matthew Edgar. What would be your opening assessments of this group?
I haven't changed my stance from the very start to right now. In the fact that it's going to be a tight group, it's going to be closely run. It's probably going to come down to one of the final games late on tomorrow afternoon. I don't think today is going to tell us too much about the direction of the group winner, but we may know 1 or 2 players who could be out of the running. I think Derek Coulson found himself a little bit unfortunate at the moment to be down towards the bottom of the table. 2 wins, 2 games played, 2 defeats. He has lost his opening couple of games. Darren Armstrong taking out the 80 finish to beat him by 4-3, and then Louis Williams taking out a 1-3-5 to beat him 4-3. So he's been really close, knocking on the door, but without really getting the reward. But maybe he'll get it here against a fellow lefty in Jack Mel. Something you don't see too often is the old left-handed derby.
145.
Can't think of too many examples in the professional game now where we'd get the old left-handed derby. Obviously James Wade, the
100
biggest profile player of
65.
the left-handed club.
Wow, he chased the treble. This is not the first time we've seen Derek, when we're in a position like this where single needs the bullseye, he's chased the treble and he's strayed the other side.
25.
He's left himself tops if he comes back. Male 130. He's already taken out a 141 today as the Tyneside. Is the 130 going to follow suit? The bullseye.
105.
Why no?
Derek, you require 40. Game shot on the first leg.
Tops is found. Coulson leads 1-0. In the sense he felt he should have wrapped that leg up much quicker than he did.
Jack to throw first. Game on. 57. $60. $60.
Jack Mel also here on debut at the Super Series. Was on debut at the UK Open not long ago, and he's kicked his campaign off well. 4-3 victory over Danny Jansen. 1-4-1 finish along the way. And then went down 4-1-2. The value play of this group, Darren Armstrong, who is now the only player yet to taste defeat.
Well, you get the sense that if Jack Mel could win this game, that already a bit of table separation could appear. Because Mel would move on to 4 points. Coulson and Small will both be on 0. Alec is still to play in this round against Darren Armstrong. But if Armstrong beat Alec in that game, you'd have Armstrong at the top of the table
16.
on 6 points.
Jack, you require 146.
Second, third, and fourth on 4 points, and then the bottom two without a point to their name as Mel looks at the 146 to tie this game back up at 1 apiece. He is going to have 6 to do so,
54.
but he hasn't made the inroads he would have liked. It's a treble to double combination when he returns.
100. Jack, you require 92.
Could opt for the bullseye should he wish to try and play it a little bit safer, but that is a very outdated way, and it's very rare now you'll see players do that. It's more about chasing down
68.
those trebles. You got to
Jack,
dart
you require
at the double,
126.
but provides an opportunity for just one treble for a dart at the ball.
93.
That would have hurt Jack because
Jack,
this is a
require
leg that he's
24.
bossed. It's a leg he can have in his leisure if he finds double
Gains on the
12,
second
pins a
leg.
double 12,
Jack
and
Mail.
there where this game is at 1 apiece. And I do wonder, of course, he made that UK Open debut last week. He won the Riley's qualifier a few weeks ago. He's a player that all these new experiences are coming at once. It must be a great feeling. It must feel like it, time after time you're feeling on top of the world because these good experiences keep coming and coming quickly and fastly.
It's a great place to be in as well when you're in that
46.
mode and everything's just new and exciting, and you feel like the road ahead is long and you don't know where it's heading to, but you love taking the stroll down it.
58.
And so a bit of a G up after that first dart run in the treble. Finds a 140 there.
140.
Just puts a bit of pressure on the Coulson throw.
$140.
Starting just to shake the head a little
85.
bit here, Jack Mail, which is a sign that he's starting to get drawn into the game. He's living and breathing every single dart.
57.
Needs to find a way to treble with this last dart. Manages to do so. Coulson first poke at the 150 though. I'm going to take the 150 out. Jack only needs the sink and a treble to leave a poke at the bullseye here.
130.
Finds the treble with the first dart. He finds 2, and so double 5. For a break and throw, and that could change the game in the favour of Jack Mail. He leads 2-1, courtesy of a 130 out. With Derek Coulson sat left on double 16.
Game on.
That hurts as well. You saw the reaction there from Derek Coulson at the back of the stage, as if Jack had just turned around and slapped him across the face.
59.
It'll certainly feel like a kick in the teeth.
$57. $140.
Beginning to piece it together now, isn't he, Jack Mail? Average ticks above 90, and the last couple of legs have been real good for him.
140.
But put us in the mind of a player. If you play someone like Derek Coulson and you're sat in that practice room now in his group, when you see on the draw sheet you're about to play him next, are you almost thinking, I think I know what to come to expect in terms of the
79.
game that I'm going to have against him, in terms of the standard and the way he's going to play.
Yeah, it's very consistent, isn't he? Very consistent, very steady. Plays at a not a slow pace, but a decent pace. He's not
77.
disturbing. He's absolutely just what you want to be playing. And that might be why people are hitting the good stuff against him. Why he's not able to turn this into results, just because he's
59.
maybe not got that stage presence, that bit of aura yet that just allows him to impose himself on a fixture.
Well, you can see just by the stats he's provided
93.
today, and he pretty much is playing to that year mean of 86,
164.
why he's had success on the Seniors Tour, why he's inside the top 40 of those main world rankings, which are going to be such a pivotal part of this year on that particular tour, and why he's won an Open Series title in that particular
46.
format this year.
Derek McGuire, 134.
Well, can Coulson hit Mail with a big one of his own? 134 isn't going to go.
58.
So has Jack got Derek's number?
Derek McGuire, 118. $61. Derek
So
McGuire,
not like the lie
76.
there to opt for the treble 16 and the ball. Coulson to reinstall himself as favourite to win this game.
Game shot on the fourth.
Nice, clean,
Derek Coulson.
clinical finish there. Although, doesn't look too happy about that there.
Fifth leg, it's Derek to throw
Clearly
first.
feels there's a lot
Game
more
on.
in the tank. He's 2 from 3 on the doubles at the moment for this one, and it's not like doubles have been too much of a problem for him throughout the day. 6 from 21, so not far off that sort of 33%. If we include
55.
the stats from this game, he probably is on that 33%. Average of about 86, which is pretty much the same as his sort of 12-month seasonal averages as well.
59.
So maybe he's just trying to push a little too hard. Maybe he's starting to expect something of himself a little beyond those sort of par performances.
Can you also go into it with
80.
an aspect of, even regardless of how well he's done on the tour, on the Seniors Tour, that you feel that when you come to a place like this, no matter how you feel like you have to play better than what you have played?
It's an easy
86.
mindset to get caught up in. There's been times where you'll have a good first round and you're putting a good average, and then you'll go up against a Van Gerwen, a Peter Wright, a Michael Smith, and you play them in the second round. You go, right, I've got to raise it again.
129.
But actually, if you do what you've just done in the round previously, you're okay. And that's kind of where Derek, if he just keeps doing this, he can't possibly keep losing, because again, he's sort of running
58.
around that 87 average mark.
$81. $55. Derek McGuire, 156.
6 starts on 156 for Derek Coulson to take a 3-2 lead, and the response to the 130 haymaker has been a very, very positive one.
140.
And he now leaves himself on double 8 to take the lead again.
$100. Derek
Almost
McGuire,
an
16.
ironic raise of the eyebrow there from Jack to think, why now? Should be a nice guide,
No score.
but he
Derek
grazes the
McGuire,
wire with the last start.
143.
Couldn't do it again, could he? No, not this time. So Coulson will come back for 3-2. He will come back for 2 8s.
93. Derek McGuire, 16.
So we did a handful.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Gets it done
Derek
first
Coulson.
start on this occasion. Puts himself a leg away from getting his first victory here.
Sick
in his
leg,
Group
it's
C
Jack to
campaign
throw
at the
first.
Super Series.
Game on. $140.
I've been trying to rack my brain all morning and afternoon
100.
whilst watching Jack Mail play, thinking, who does he remind me of? Danny Notter.
57.
Can you see a touch of Danny Noppert in there? Like it's the structure, the mannerisms. Like
180.
Can it sometimes be harder to analyse the left-hander's throw because of the way the cameras are set up? And this is from a left-hander myself. I'm not trying to have any left-hand bias here, but can it be harder to analyse the left-hand side of the throw from this camera angle?
140.
oh, absolutely.
$95. Jack McGuire, 164.
Both players on ton plus outs. Jack Mail, 164 to take us all the way. Coulson, 126 to win the match. Mail ain't going to take his opportunity. And so Coulson for the game, 126.
60. Derek McGuire, 126.
Means he only needs the one treble. 2 would be a bonus. It is the treble. It's the bull.
Game
It's
shot
the
and
win for
match.
Coulson,
Derek
which his
Coulson.
performances have warranted. A 4-2 success against Jack Mail means he is off the mark. He is on the board. And for Jack Mail, it will be to head back to the drawing board. Good contest, that. Probably the best overall contest that we've seen all day today. 90.03, 4 from 8 on the doubles, a 1-2-6 out for Coulson. For Mail, 85.67, 2 from 4 in the finishing, that 130 out, but it is Coulson who picks the points up. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we're going to be watching Alex Small up against Darren Armstrong. It is the Bookenders battle. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are halfway through the session in this Group C. And before the break, we saw Derek Coulson pick up his first win. He got the better of Jack Mayle by 4 legs to 2. Good contest, that one. Coulson averaging 90.03, 50% on the double, took out a 126. Mayle himself with a ton plus out in defeat, the 130. Looked like it was going to sway the game in his direction at 2-1, but Coulson reeled off 3 legs on the spin to win that particular encounter. And the next match we see on the stage is Darren Armstrong in action. He takes on Alex Small. Armstrong, who's won both of his matches thus far. Small, who has lost both of his matches so far. Here's a big, big game for the Welshman here.
132
feet here, and he has got a lot of work to do.
Oh, he'd be in big, big trouble in regards to trying to get that qualification place. He'd have to be
60.
perfect. He'd have to win the 7, but we have seen this very recently. Player going and losing the first 3 fixtures in qualifying.
41.
Ending up actually looking quite comfortable the way the table ended up. I suppose it's not where you win your 7 games. As long as you win 7 games, you're in the
70.
mix, you're in the hunt. And you've got an opportunity of booking your place alongside Conor Heenahan on Saturday night.
Heenahan, who's qualified for the final now in each of his 7 appearances here at the Super Series. But only Robert Thornton has qualified for finals night
38.
more times than Heenahan without a victory.
$45.
He's known in this building for the 9 darters that he's hit up there on that stage, but I'm pretty sure if you ask Conor Heenahan, he doesn't want to be known as that. He wants to be known as a weekly winner or a Champions Week winner. Got a chance to put himself on that trail to join Reece Robinson at Champions Week.
100. Alec require 148.
Both players on 148 after 5 visits. Small with the first poke. And he nearly had a go at the double 14. He's going to leave himself on 2 4s, forcing this to go. Armstrong pitched perfect with the first dart. He finds the second. It's double 14. It's perfectly pinned by Darren Armstrong. There was a nod of approval in the background from Alex Small. He expected it to go. It duly did. And Armstrong leads 1-0.
Game on.
That was a tasty way to start this match. For Alex Small, who's not had much go his own way today,
60.
he will be watching over the shoulder of Darren Armstrong, thinking, here we go again.
81. $60.
Busy day of darts, not just here at the Super Series, but the Premier League Roadshow continues
100.
in the beautiful city of Brighton.
$99.
It'll be interesting to see how the dynamic of that league develops. Van Gerwen with a couple of dominant weeks, but Nathan Aspel really has come up to the surface now, hasn't he?
Good couple of weeks, make the final. And won it last week.
140.
Peter Wright, got to be due a win sometime soon, you feel?
85. Darren require 142.
Knocking on the door. Is Armstrong knocking on the door of a 2-0 lead? He's not going to take out the 142 like he took out the 148 in the previous leg,
90.
but what he is going to do is leave himself on a single to double combination, forcing the 135 to go. It can still do so, but Small needed the treble there to leave himself a poke at the ball.
Darren require 52.
It's 12 for tops. And now double 10. It's not
32.
Darren's den, and it gives Small the chance to break back. Double 18 to square this game up at 1-1.
Alex Small.
That's a big passage in play. Armstrong missing a couple for 2-0 lead. He would have really have taken the ascendancy in the game. Small just keeping him at bay somewhat.
115. 140.
Just done it again there, Alec, where he's just taking a second just to... I suppose it's just more of a readjustment, isn't it, more than anything else?
41.
Yeah, sometimes you just don't grip the dart correctly, or you've just got it in the wrong place. One of the things with the sort of darts that Alex Small's got is there's lots of reference points on there. And if you just got it set wrong in the hand, and you've got that little bit of quality where you can just take that pause.
I like to require 106. $43.
Not tidied it up to the level that he would have liked there, Alec. But this game could well be just slowly but surely swinging away from Darren Armstrong. Remember, you had a couple of darts to open up a 2-0 lead.
27.
And Small has just missed a chance to move in front himself. But he's going to get 3 more at the double 18 to take a 2-1 advantage.
Sloppy there from Darren Armstrong,
36.
losing the light. Vertical darts, first thing you learn. But
18.
not punished for the mistake.
40.
We'll get 3 darts at tops.
Game's on the
Only
third
needs
leg.
the one.
Darren Armstrong.
And he gets that breaker throw back on the board again. Re-establishes a
Fourth leg, it's
firm
Darren to
control
throw
on this
first.
fixture. Potentially really
Game
starting
on.
to take hold of this group.
I think the big question about Darren at the beginning of the day was not the way he was playing, it was just whether he
58.
could sort out the dart situation after what happened yesterday, and he's more than done that so far, and by virtue has been the player that stood out more than anybody
100.
else. Coming up in this round, Danny Jansen against Derek Coulson
41.
after this game. Then we'll see Darren back in action against Louis Williams. You get the sense that that could be a
55.
pivotal battle. Armstrong could stretch away with a win in that one. Louis could do with a win in that one to get back on the horse.
100. $140. $98.
Just like last time, when Darren got the breaker throw, Alec came back and hit hard, but just held on to that one a little too long, it feels.
125.
No problems with the recovery dart. We'll have an opportunity to level us back up for a 4th
58.
consecutive
Alec
breaker throw.
181.
It's a breakathlon here at the Live Lounge. Luke's double 18. That's why he went the 15s route. And now the bullseye.
49. Darren Emmerich,
Use it for
146.
double 16 if he comes back, because Armstrong's already taken out a 148. The 146 is going to follow suit.
60. Alec required 32.
So Alec comes back to square this match up. Help or foe?
Game shown the
Finds a
fourth
way through the middle,
Alex
and level
Small.
we are at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Alec to throw first. Game on.
Just feels like both players are
57.
making it such hard work for each other.
There's been opportunities to really take a firm grasp on this match.
60.
But again, that's where that becomes frustrating for the players.
93. $98. $100. $81. 137.
Alex Small looking to really get a firm grip now on the fixture.
98. Alec Rock 114.
He could do so with his first ton plus finish of the day.
Tops for
Game's
114, and he
on the
moves
fifth
3-2 in front.
Alex Small.
And now has the opportunity to claim his first win of the day.
Sixth leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Armstrong's now throwing to stay in this race.
$95.
That now means every player has hit a
138.
ton plus checkout at some point in the session today.
Sometimes you get those hideous deflections, you get no points. You
100.
could have had a 1, but he ended up with an 18 actually. Wasn't too bad of a problem for him, and he
140.
really seems to have got into a fantastic rhythm right now, Alex Small.
This has kind of been the sort of purple patches that we've
99.
been awaiting to see from him, because we know this is what he's capable of, and actually numbers way in excess of that.
59.
Left himself on a finish after 9 in this leg, but Armstrong with a couple of trebles can
100.
acquaint himself
Alec
as the
McCoy,
favourite to
164.
take us to a decider. So I'm going to win it on a 164. What can Armstrong do with a 107?
44. Darren and McCoy, 107.
He's going to get a dart at tops.
Game's
Sinks
on the
at
sixth
tops.
leg.
And we
Darren
go all the
Armstrong.
way to a last leg decider once more.
Seventh and final leg, it's Alec to throw first. Game on.
These two exchanging big ton outs.
89. $135. $59.
And that traveller's visit there has just opened up the door to Darren somewhat.
32.
But he hasn't been able to take advantage of it. So Small with that 2 treble
140.
turn establishes himself as the favourite to go on and win this leg.
$25.
He's bringing it when it matters.
139.
140, 139, leaves himself on 74 after 12.
96.
With a minimum of 6 darts as well. A good dominant leg here from Alex Small.
38.
And I like that play as well. Didn't have to start chasing things around, going 25 potentially in the ball, or getting a little bit messy. Instead, leaves a double he absolutely loves,
140.
returning with
Alec
3
McCoy,
darts
36.
for the match.
Double 9
18.
doesn't go.
Darren
And so Darren Armstrong to make it 3 wins from 3 to kickstart his day. It's going to be a dart at tops.
33.
It's a dart that doesn't go.
Alec McCoy, 18.
And now he quite literally prays that this double 9 isn't sank. But it is
Game
last
shot
dart
and
in
a
hand.
match.
And
Alex
Alex Small
Small.
is on the board. He picks up his first win. He beats Darren Armstrong 4-3. That was hard work for the pair. They both exchanged ton plus finishes left, right and centre. But it is Small who picks up a big win. 4-3. It's the man at the bottom of the table that beats the man at the top of it. We're going to take a short break. And when we return, we're going to watch Danny Jansen and Derek Coulson go toe-to-toe. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have completed 3 rounds worth of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon. This is what we've seen thus far. It's 3 players at the top of the table on 4 points, 3 players at the bottom on 2. And Louis Williams was the man who made the early ascendancy, winning his first 2 matches, as did Darren Armstrong, but both lost their last game. Danny Jansen losing out in the first round to Jack Mel, then winning his next 2. And so confirmation that it is Darren Armstrong just about top of the pile. 4 points to his name, alongside Danny Jansen and Louis Williams. He's ahead on the legs difference metric. And then down the bottom end of the table, Coulson, Small and Mail have all won a game each. So Jansen against Coulson is next up for us. Both of these players looking to pick up victory. Jansen could move on to 6 points and in the temporary lead, whilst Coulson will win and could put himself on 4. And Coulson win would temporarily mean 4 co-leaders at the top of the group, ahead of Armstrong against Williams. And the key for them two is they know that they will have the ascendancy no matter what if they win that game next up. But let's focus on the battle that we're about to see now. Coulson and Jansen having a good old chat before the action gets underway. Might be all smiles, all fun now, but the serious business is about to get underway. Who do you fancy for this one, Matt?
I really like the way that Danny Jansen sort of grown into that last fixture, getting the victory over Louis Williams, the first person to beat Louis Williams to date. And he did it leading from the front, and
First
then
leg, it's
Louis Williams
Danny
hit
to
back
throw
hard.
first. Game on.
Really good quality fixture, that one, that's shown Danny Jansen starting to show us a little bit of what he is capable of.
58.
We know what he's capable of, and I think that's what has been a little bit disappointing so far here at the Super Series, that he's not quite brought that A game.
60.
I mean, the fact he's even playing this session, I think would be a disappointment, because that meant he finished in the bottom half of the table for a Group A campaign.
96.
Is he a player that possibly peaks as the week goes along? Because this is what we sometimes tend to see for a player of Danny Jansen's ilk and calibre. If the first group doesn't quite go to plan and they drop into a seat, over time we tend to see the quality shine through.
$97.
Quality which he is showing right from the get-go in this game. He's left himself 76 after 12.
$95.
So for the opening leg, and he has got 6 on this particular point. 16. And tops.
56.
He's had a few of them, hasn't he? Just pull low today, Danny.
Yeah, that'd be more concerning for him than anything else, because you just want to feel happy with the throw, in control of everything. I mean, he's in control of his leg.
Game shot on the first leg.
He takes the
Danny
leg.
Jansen.
We're just waiting still for Danny Jansen to really
Second
put the
against
foot
Derek to throw
down.
first. Game on.
He was the favourite to win this group, and he still might, even though he's not yet found his best. Just got to navigate our way through to Saturday.
96.
That is the key importance here in the campaign, which is finishing in those top 2 positions.
55. $85.
All looking to join Reece Robinson at Champions Week. He was the winner of Week 1 last time out, getting the better of Jamie Kelling in a last leg
99.
decider to send his way into a second Champions League, becoming just the 13th player in Super Series history to win more than 1 week in terms of qualification here.
140.
Bolton, one of them, looking to get there
100.
for a third time. Only Matt Clark, Darryl Pilgrim and Steve West have all appeared in 3 Champions Weeks.
85. $92. Derek, you record 95.
Two eights
Games
to level
on the
up.
second leg.
A
Derek
pop
Coulson.
combination, and Derek Coulson levels up at 1 apiece. 15 data. His average 93.7.
So that gets Danny to throw first. Game on. $136. $96. $137.
Jansen just beginning to move his way slowly but surely through the gears.
$140. $58.
Left himself on the fish. And under what sort of pressure is it going to be under? Significant pressure, it feels.
133. And it requires 170.
Left himself on 132. The fish doesn't go. Another one of them. Leaves the bullseye. For the mullet to reel it in.
Third leg.
The first
Danny
big fish of
Jansen.
Series 7 is netted by Danny Jansen.
Fourth leg, it's Derek to throw first. Game on.
He loved that as well. Give it the double uppercuts. Then even chucked a little extra in there at the end.
100.
Could be the big moment we've been waiting for Danny Jansen to start bringing that A game.
140.
He moves his average above 101. We've only seen 1 ton plus average this week. That's from Conor Heenahan. And that was his first game on Monday morning. And to be perfectly
61.
honest, we haven't really seen the ton plus average since that point be threatened.
96. $44. $57.
It's a nice position when you're in and you're potentially going top of the table and you've not quite played your best and you know there's plenty still in the
180.
locker, but Derek Coulson's a player who very gritty, determined in his
80.
performance. I think he's a player that's been
Derek
very
Maguire,
unfortunate
160.
today. Feel like he's played a lot better than at the moment the one win would suggest.
60. Danny require 128.
For a 3-1 lead. He's already netted the fish. He's not going to find the 128, so Coulson does have an opportunity here to
66.
level up at
Derek
2-2. He should get a
156.
couple at tops, providing he stays straight. It's tops.
Game
And
shot
it
the
is
forfeit.
2
Derek
apiece. It's another game in this group where it's so difficult to prize the players
Coulson.
apart.
Against Danny to throw first. Game on. $134.
Well, this has been the best game of the day. There's absolutely no doubt about it. In fact, you could say it's possibly the best game of the week so far. 97.68 plays
93.
96.8 in terms of the averages. Coulson 2 from 2 on the doubles, including that 95 out. Jansen with the big
100.
fish. 2 from 4 when it's come to the finishing. Coulson's second max of the match. It moves his average in excess of a ton.
140.
Game of the day so far, without a shadow of a doubt. Both players really bringing it in this fixture.
58. Danny require 127.
Oh, he would love a pop at that, wouldn't he? But first of all, he's got to avoid the hinks. Well,
87.
he's
Derek
just seen
require
Danny Jansen do this and give him the
170.
double uppercuts.
But the Southpaw can't find a big haymaker of his own.
82. Danny require 40.
Tops after 12 for Jansen, and he is going to get a poke. Again, it drags low. Is double 10 the ideal recovery dart?
Game's
Yes,
on
it
the
is.
fifth leg.
Jansen leads
Danny
3-2.
Jansen.
And I get the sense quietly in the practice
Sixth leg is
room
Derek to throw first.
that everybody else would have
Game
fancied or would have liked to have seen Derek Coulson to have won this game. And that's not a disrespect to his ability, but when you've got somebody the like and ilk of Danny Jansen, who you could possibly keep at bay, you try and
180.
keep him at bay for as long as you possibly can.
96.
Restrict the opportunities that he's got to get points. And it may well come to your aid the next day. Derek goes 4 deep.
100.
Only Mark Dubridge on the World Seniors Tour has hit a 9-darter. Did that at the Open
58.
Series earlier on this year. I'm sure it's going to be before too long. We actually see a 9-darter on one of the big seniors televised events. Next to which the Champion of Champions, of which the qualifiers are for this weekend.
140.
And I suppose if Derek Coulson qualifies for Saturday night, he's got a bit of a decision to make because there's Open Series events and the Champion of Champions
85.
qualifier.
Derek, you require
And
81.
so it might be a case he may only get 1 day to qualify for that event. There's a potential 11-darter to take us all the way to a deciding leg. Double 10 for
Game's
12.
on the sixth
It's
leg.
3-3.
Derek Coulson.
And the game of the day is getting the fitting crescendo.
7th and final leg. It's Danny to throw first.
Coulson's
Game
averaging
on.
102 here. And he's 3 out of 3 on the doubles. But he's going to have to find a break in this
100.
last leg. And you could say on the pattern of play here, it is only just a ton.
Been rock solid all day. We've mentioned he's very, very hard to beat, and if Danny Jansen is going to get the victory here, you
57.
feel he's going to have to find that very top draw of his darts. Opportunity for Derek Coulson here. If you can find a couple of big trebles.
43.
Let off for Jansen.
Is that the opening he's been waiting for?
140.
Well, if it was, he has taken full advantage of it. It's full advantage to the mullet in this last leg. Is it going to be another case of Derek Coulson putting everything in towards the court and just coming up short?
122.
If he is to win this, he's going to need to rely on misses from Danny Jansen. But he is there. He is ready to
180.
pounce and
Danny
strike.
require 82.
A little bit of noise. The big 180 call. Just a dart at the ball.
But a dart is all Jansen needs, and Derek Coulson is on his knees. The mullet wins in a last leg decider 4-3. Derek Coulson who has averaged in excess of 102, has hit 4 maximums, was perfect on the doubles, didn't even get a go for the match. What a performance, what a game. Danny Jansen winning 4-3 with a 95.62 average, 4 out of 8 on the finishing. The big fish being reeled in as well. For Derek Coulson, it was a superb performance which merited 0 points. Coming up after the break, Darren Armstrong against Louis Williams. The winner will join Jansen on 6 points at the top of the pile. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have just watched the best game that we've seen all week here at the Super Series. Derek Coulson losing with 102.36 average, hit 4 maximums in there, but on the wrong end of the scoreline against Danny Jansen, who averaged 95.62, was 4 from 8 when it came to the finishing, and hitting a big fish finish in there as well. Next up is players who are now in P2 and P3 as far as the group is concerned, and looking to chase down the pole setter Danny Jansen. The victor will move on to 6 points alongside Danny as Louis Williams and Darren Armstrong go toe-to-toe. Armstrong with the darts. How pivotal that could be, we may find out in 7 legs time. But that 42 star has just opened up the door to Louis Williams right from the get-go.
60.
This is a fixture that has actually provided Louis Williams some positivity so far this week. Group A, day 3,
47.
match number 7. Darren Armstrong had the throw. Here's to Louis Williams that was, well, struggling to get out of the 60 averages at times throughout his campaign. Louis Williams ended up coming off the stage with a 4-3 success. We now take a look at the same situation and we
60.
see Darren Armstrong's got the throw, playing Louis Williams. Which version of history will
95.
repeat itself?
$96.
Went to next on Monday. That same fixture happened. Game 11. Darren Johnson having the throw against Louis Williams, beating 4-1, averaging 20 points more than Louis Williams, restricting him to just 2 darts at the double.
43. Darren require 109.
So Armstrong 6 darts on 109 to take out this opening leg. I'm going to go on this occasion, and so Williams
57.
back for 195. I'm going to set up from here with Armstrong. Have a single to double combination to take out this opening leg.
57. Darren require 52.
But he's missed the big number. He's going to have to spurn a dart.
12. Louis require 138.
Williams has hit a ton plus out in every single game that he's played so far today. Another. Would have left himself a dart at number 12, and so Armstrong
Darren
back
require 40.
for tops.
Games
1-0
on the
leads.
first
Use
leg.
that first
Darren
guide as
Armstrong.
a beautiful marker.
Second against Louis to throw first. Game on.
We're seeing some real flashes from Louis Williams, aren't we, across this Thursday campaign, where for a leg, for a couple of legs, he looks
140.
as good as ever. Down in 12. Just a few
84.
flyers up to the high left seems to be the common miss for Louis.
What sort of achievement would it be when you consider where Louis was
140.
if he was to be able to qualify for the finals on Saturday?
I think it'd be at the start of the week,
100.
it would have been an expectation. I think how the week began and how the week has played, I think it'd be a massive achievement to show that resilience
60.
and that quality. It's all right showing quality when everything's going well, but what have you got when it's not? That's where the real judgment should be cast, and he's showing a lot
70.
of character here, Louis
Darren require
Williams.
161.
161 isn't going to go, and so Williams 107 to level this game up. He's had a couple in this
60.
range, the 110 and the
Louis
ton on the nose.
107.
And he's going to get a dart at tops,
67.
which goes high.
Darren
And this is
require
very much in
101.
Darren Armstrong's wheelhouse. He took out a 148, took out a 107 in his last game against Alex Small. But he's not going to take the 101 out on
Louis
this
require
occasion. And so
40.
Williams is back for tops. Free in hand to square this game up at 1 apiece. Double 10. Now chasing fives.
No score.
Chasing all around. And he could be chasing in
Darren
this
require
game.
32. Game shot on the second leg.
Just squeaks
Darren
into the bottom
Armstrong.
corner, and Armstrong breaks, leads 2-0.
They're the ones that hurt as
Well,
well when
Darren
it's
to throw first.
literally last dart in hand. You think you're going to get another
Game on.
opportunity. You've just had 4 darts to get the leg yourself, and then your opponent finds a way just to squeeze one into the bottom corner.
58.
It's not sometimes just the result, it's how the result happens, and that would have
41.
been a tough one to swallow there for Louis Williams.
$96. $23.
And now that has opened the door up for Armstrong to really take a stranglehold of this game.
58. $43. 60. 58. 97. 60. Darren require 100.
Armstrong 132 to make it 3-0. Isn't going to go this time. But he has got
33.
acres of that. But he's left himself on 99, the only 2-number finish, which requires 3 darts.
100.
But Williams
Darren
cannot
require 99.
pile on the applicable pressure. Tops.
79.
The second one doesn't follow in suit.
$100. Darren require 20.
Double 10. 3-0
on the
Armstrong. And I
third
just
there.
wonder whether these
Darren
two are just
Armstrong.
showing each other a little bit too much respect here.
Full flag, it's Louis to throw first. Game on. $34. 100. 60.
Time's starting to run out in this fixture now for Louis Williams to be able to get it back. He was 3-0 down in the last game as well when he took on Danny Jansen. But
140.
did manage to get a couple of legs back. The 91 on the 100 finish really put him back in with a shout in that match before a big last leg
100.
there from Danny Jansen seeing it away. But you feel already here that this one may be slipping away a bit too quick.
55.
Maybe sinking into the quicksand. A couple of trebles here, though. We'll put them on to a finish. That's not going to happen. And so Armstrong now
47.
6 for the match. 6 for a 4-0 victory. In fact, it would be the first 4-0 that we've seen in the session.
138. 60. Darren requires 68.
68 for the match and a 4-0 win. 53 remaining. So tops for the match. Tops for the win. And a 4-0 win, which flies Darren Armstrong to the top of the table. The 2 opening wins have been followed by 2 defeats for Louis Williams. You get the sense he's going to have to win the final game of the session against Jack Mayle. As for Darren Armstrong, a 4-0 victory puts him on to 6 points. It wasn't a classic affair. Neither player played to the sort of levels that we've come to expect of them today. Maybe a little bit too much respect shown to one another in that particular encounter. Coming up after the break, the 2 players at the bottom of the table, Alex Small and Jack Mayle going toe-to-toe, and you get the sense of both. They're going to have to pick up a victory in this one. Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Darren Armstrong get the better of Louis Williams by 4-0. Next up for us, Jack Mail and Alex Small go toe-to-toe. These two position themselves at the foot of the table, both picking up one win from their 3 matches thus far. And you get the sense that Game 4 is pivotal for the pair to try and keep themselves in contention. The winner will go level on points with Louis Williams in 3rd spot and 2 behind the co-leaders of Armstrong and Jansen. The loser will stay deep-rooted to the bottom of the pile,
First leg, it's Jack to throw first.
keeping themselves on 2
Game
points
on.
alongside Derek Coulson. And the basis of today's play, would you put Jack down as a marginal favourite?
Oh, absolutely.
140.
Alex Small's been nowhere near the levels that we've seen from him before, but it was an improved performance last time out,
140.
certainly in those last 3 legs. Those last 3 legs from Alex Small really got him over the line there for that victory against Darren Armstrong, the man who's now sat top of the table.
140.
We know Alex Small can just reel off a couple of legs in
30.
a matter of
In a matter of what?
minutes.
Matthew Edgar can't spake!
96.
Well, neither player can afford a hiccup in this particular match. Mail 125. He's got 6 from here to take out the opening leg.
77.
Well, at least you weren't breathing down anybody's legs.
100. You require 48.
48 and plenty of time. It's double 16. It's 1-0
On
Mail.
the first leg, Jack Mail.
15 data to kickstart the match.
Second leg, it's Alec to throw first.
Small with it all to do.
95.
Remember, you can get in touch with us via our social media feeds. We are at MSS Darts on
58.
Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, wherever you want to get in touch with us. And why don't you follow us on our TikTok
100.
accounts? Because you can tune into plenty of cool things on there. The quick fire questions, plenty of other cool stuff.
100.
Well, apparently it's cool stuff, but I'm uncool, so I wouldn't know what cool is.
56.
Apparently my quick fire
96.
questions are going to be coming up soon.
What better reason to subscribe, eh?
100.
I bet the subscribers just doubled.
Sure, everyone's going to be on tenterhooks for that.
150.
Small's got 6 to 150, and he went for the 3 bullseyes.
62.
Just like to play with a little bit of a maverick flair, does Alec?
$96. Alec require 88.
88, but this is under a bit more pressure. Double 14.
Game show on the
It's
second
found
leg.
to level up at 1-1.
Alex
Quick
Small.
fire brilliance from Alex Small.
So look, it's Jack to throw first. Game on. 82. 96. 60. 43. 100.
Chance here to sort of jump from the bottom of the table, sort of into
134.
third position for Jack Mail and Alex Small. Just one position out of qualification, the top two places. That just really
59.
reinforces what we've been saying from the very start of the show to now, that this is a group that is
86.
well wide open without really someone taking the bull by the horns, or you'd expect it
100.
to be Danny
Alex
Jansen.
142.
He's had a couple of big shots hit against him, Alex Small. Is he going to find the 142 just below on the tops?
122. Jack
Just see
100.
outtake your breath there from Jack Mail. Yeah, what a bit of momentary panic there. He wanted to attack the treble
60.
20. Did not like the line of the
Give him a
first
point,
start,
20.
but stayed on that particular target. Small comes back for the break. Finds
shot
the
not
double
further.
10 to lead
Alex
for
Small.
it 2-1.
Full flag gets Alex to throw first. Game on. $140. $100.
Well, here's the side-on angle of the
43.
players. Probably the best angle we're going to get of the throwing action, aren't we, of Jack Mail?
100.
Yeah, you can tell a lot from those sort of side-on angles.
60.
There's been a lot made of the pace of Alex Small. I don't find pace a problem. I actually like watching players with a bit of
43.
pace. But my only concern is just sometimes how quick the hand is to collect the next dart before finishing the current
60.
motion. Very, very small thing there for Alex Small, which just occasionally can kick in. It's just another one of those forward projections, the same as you'll see
94.
people walk on dart number 3. It's just one of those sort of, I know what's coming next things.
134. Jack, you reckon 164.
Big visit that. Man ain't going to take out the big finish, and so Small 64 to open up a 3-1 advantage. Back the
100,
break
Alex,
up on the previous
164.
leg with a hold in this one. But Mail also on 64 in case this doesn't go. Double 18
46. Jack, you reckon 64.
is not pinned, and so Mail wants the combination that Small couldn't find, but he misses the big number. Recovers well with dart 2, and now has one pop at tops.
24. Alex McQuire,
Which
18.
goes above, and so Small back for 2 9s.
Game shot on the
Pins
full
it
flag.
first
Alex
time,
Small.
and he leads by 3 legs to 1.
Fifth leg gets Jack to throw first. Game on.
Well, after losing his first 2 games, the
58.
wild card in the pack could end up being the Joker.
45. $139. $140.
Feels like a game that both players are kind of
58.
going after each other's flow, in the respect that one good score is followed by a big score, but an indifferent
41.
score like that of Jack is followed by one of Alex's own. But Jack's in a situation where he's got to find just that little bit more because he's chasing the game.
140. 58. Jack, you require 106.
He's got 6 here for 106 to bring it back to 3-2. And he's going to have to need the full quota of darts.
66.
He's going to return for tops upon his return.
39. Jack, you require 40.
Double top for Jack. Two tens.
20.
Alec can only now try and hit and hope.
58. Jack, you require 20.
Double 10 to bring it back to 3-2. 2 5s and Small is now on a finish for the match. Had to go,
15.
doesn't go, and
Alec
Small could win
require
it here.
120.
You feel like he didn't really want to go at that. He had to look over to the scoreboard probably to see where Alec was.
62.
Cheeky.
Jack, you require 5.
He's a cheeky chap, he is, Alec. Up for the madhouse. Doesn't go.
3.
And Alec should have 2 at tops
Alec,
to
you
win it.
require 58.
We'll get 2.
Game.
But he
should have
only
the match.
needs the one.
Alex Small.
Alex Small gets the better of Jack Mayle by 4 legs to 1. At the tail of the tape. 79.06 the average for Alec. 4 from 7 when it came to the doubling. We're off for a break. Darren Armstrong and Danny Jansen will follow us next. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Alex Small got the better of Jack Mayle by 4 legs to 1. That's the conclusion of the 4th round of fixtures. This is how things shape up then. This is the league table. Darren Armstrong and Danny Jansen both top of the pile on 6 points. Fairly uniform because Small and Williams, the next two back on 4, with Coulson and Mayle on 2 points respectively ahead of the final salvo of fixtures, which kicks off with that top of the table clash. Armstrong and Jansen completing their final practice darts. Matthew Edgar alongside myself, Henry Deacon in the commentary box for all of the action. And on the basis of today's play, you would say by and large you'd go with Darren Armstrong. Do you put the Louis Williams game down to just a little bit of an anomaly?
Well, this is a different prospect altogether, because before a dart was thrown, everyone would have known that Danny Jansen was the likely favourite to win the week.
First leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Then when they've come into today, they probably didn't expect Danny Jansen to even be in this group, and then he opens up as the favourite. So
81.
this is quite a big exchange, because this is the last cycle of fixtures, which means this is the last game we're going to see from these players
49.
today. But tomorrow, this will be their first fixture. So the head-to-head clash between these two could be quite decisive in who wins this group.
The story of Danny Jansen's day so far. Lost out to Jack Mail 4-3 in his opener, before then beating Alex Small by that same scoreline, and then getting the better Louis Williams by 4-2. Whilst for Darren Armstrong, he beat David Coulson as well in the last leg decider by 4-3, before then getting the better Jack Mail 4-1, and then getting over the line against Louis Williams by 4-0. It wasn't the best performance, but it was a win nonetheless. His one blot was defeat to Alex Small in the last leg decider. He had it 2 ton plus checkouts in that game, but it wasn't enough to get over the line, as he looks for a ton plus checkout here. The 157 was on for a second, but he couldn't find that second treble, and so Jansen is back for 1-2-2 to find an opening leg break.
91. Danny Rock 122.
There's the first treble. The single leaves the bull.
97.
Doesn't go.
Darren requires 66.
Double 18.
Game show
1-0 Armstrong.
Darren Armstrong. Second leg, it's Danny to throw first. $85.
Is there a little bit in the psyche of, say, an Alex Small or a Louis Williams where they think,
81.
Daddy's got the potential to stretch away with it, let him stretch away with it, and we just fight for second spot?
60.
I think they'd probably been encouraged when Danny Jansen actually started off with a defeat in his opening game. It was a ropey second performance from Danny Jansen, averaging just 74, but that win seems to have really encouraged him.
140.
Build his performance up to that level that we know he can do. The man who won a Pro Tour title. But that has certainly focused Darren Armstrong here.
Yeah, good game this. Armstrong averaging 99, Jansen 95. That average will go up as a result of that ton 40, which is what Armstrong wants to finish the leg.
$95. Danny requires 76.
So dart at tops. Doesn't go. Armstrong back for the break.
45.
He's going to get a go at tops. He
Game
pins tops. And he
Armstrong.
leads 2-0.
So look, it's Darren to throw first.
Well, the two have been
Game
involved
on.
in 3 battles already this week, because they both dropped in from that Group A campaign. And it was the last game that the pair played on Monday. That was a 4-3 success in the
60.
favour of Danny Jansen. On Tuesday, he then confirmed that result
139.
with another 4-3 success over Darren Armstrong, before a little bit of revenge was dished out by
42.
Armstrong. You'll never guess, once again, 4-3 scoreline in favour of Darren Armstrong. All three fixtures they've played so far this week going the distance. 2-1 in the favour of Jansen. However, the most recent one yesterday went to
85.
Armstrong.
$140.
140 there, puts Jansen on 137, threatening the break back.
26.
Oh, that was a
Danny
real
McCoy,
fud of a bounce out.
137.
Going to leave himself on double 8 upon his return, leaving a double after 12, putting ultimate pressure on the Armstrong throat.
95.
And he is going to get 6 darts for that break.
No score.
And he's going to need the full quota.
An ironic raise of the eyebrows there from Darren Armstrong, but it's going to certainly get the attention here of Danny Jansen now.
Adds that sense of urgency, and how many times do we see that? When that urgency is applied, the double is pinned. Jansen brings it back to 2-1.
Four flag, it's Danny to throw first.
Could we be set for another 4-3 here, Matt?
On the basis of the head-to-head record,
94.
we look like we've got two very evenly matched players here this week.
$135.
Just gets in a lovely flow and rhythm, Darren Armstrong.
99.
Winner of this game will be leaving the live lounge today, top of the table overnight.
100. $94. $137.
Armstrong first to a finish. He's going to get a go at 129 to put himself to within a leg of the match.
129.
Jansen leaves himself on a treble to single combination. 114 to square this game back up.
114.
So finishes a 154, 116 and 170 today. Is the 114 going to be added to the collection?
96.
Not on this occasion.
165.
Could end up being a bit of a fatal miss. 48 to go. Tops.
45. Danny require
An opportunity
80.
there to get that breaker throw back and give himself 3 chances at winning the match.
Game's
And
on
it's
the
a game
flag. Danny
that is
Jansen.
going to go deep. Jansen levels up at 2-2 from 2-0 down.
Darren to throw first. $41. $91. $45.
You get the sense that whoever
56.
tops the pile at the end of play this evening would have really worked for that position.
58. $56. $87.
Big last start there for Darren Armstrong, who's just sort of lost his way as the heat of the battle has intensified.
85. $57.
Bit of a jolt with the last one there.
I'm not sure if he just tried
45.
to float that one over the top of the 2 darts. That was a little bit low, and it's just sort of flops out of the hand by the looks of it.
125.
I can't see any benefit of maybe dropping down to the bullseye there.
Well, whatever
100,
conspicuity
88.
happened, he's left himself on 88 nonetheless to lead 3-2. And he's going to get 2 at double 14. He's been quite good on this
Game
target
shot
today.
the fifth
And he's
leg.
found it again
Darren Armstrong.
to put himself to within a leg of the match.
Again, just goes to show that it's only
Sixth leg,
one
it's
dart,
Danny
isn't
to
it?
throw first. Game
When
on.
we talk about 2 days are the same, just one dart can't affect everything. So don't dwell on that moment. Don't dwell on that shot.
180. $134.
Jansen continuing in perfect style, but it's only 4 perfect darts going to occur in this leg.
100.
But he could be on the cusp of taking us to a 7th last leg decider of the day.
$81.
But we don't mind, do we?
$119.
Means I get to spend a bit more time in your company, and I really do enjoy that.
I wish I could say the same.
140. Danny McCormick.
To take us all the way to leg 7. Decided to stay there, like the lie of the first dart.
36. Darren McCormick, 146.
Leaves himself on 66. And Armstrong ain't going to take out a big ton topper to win it.
58. Danny requires 66.
But work to be done here for Danny Jansen. It's only going to be a dart.
Game
It's all
shot
he
the sixth
needs.
leg. Danny
And
Jansen.
just like on Monday, just like on Tuesday, just like on Wednesday, on Thursday,
Seventh and
it goes
final leg, it's
4-3.
Darren to throw first. Game on.
That's like potentially one of the worst remixes to 7 days I think I've ever heard,
100.
actually.
What, 7 legs?
$80.
Just goes to show how evenly matched these two are. Just cancelling each other out
60.
completely. Will the advantage of throw in the favour of Darren Armstrong be a telling factor?
57.
It wasn't on Monday. Danny Jansen able to break the throw in a last leg shootout.
140.
It helped Darren Armstrong on Wednesday,
100.
winning the final leg. And it helped Danny Jansen on
60.
Tuesday. So, in terms of the previous, there's still no real guide.
Well, Armstrong making the most of the
97.
opportunity to
Darren
have the
McCormick,
throw in this last leg.
141.
This could be the difference between a great day and a good day. And the 1-4-1 would have been a great way to have ended the day. But he's going to do the next best job. And Jansen isn't going to take the 167 out.
52.
And so Darren Armstrong comes back with 3 darts in his hand at double 10. He only needs the one to move himself up to the top of the pile. It's been a good day's work for Darren Armstrong. 4 wins from 5 matches. A kiss of the darts. Darts that he only bought this morning. It's a 4-3 win for Darren Armstrong. An evenly weighted game on paper. Maybe a couple more missed opportunities for Danny Jansen was maybe the reason why the game swung against him. But Armstrong, 4 wins from 5, and he is in a very good place now to qualify through to Saturday night's final here in Portsmouth. 2 more games to go on this Thursday afternoon, and we're looking forward to both of them. Alex Small and Derek Coulson follows after this short break. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Darren Armstrong has got a foothold of this Group C table. Having won 4 of his 5 matches on day 1, he's put himself onto 8 points at the top of the pile, and that was after a 4-3 victory against Danny Jansen before the break. For Derek Coulson and for Alex Small, big last game of the session for the pair. Win for Alec would put him on to 6 points. It'd be a good return for the day, 6 points. As for Derek, well, he's lost 3 matches, but he can feel hard done by that. He's only picked 1 win up on the board on this opening day's play, because he has played some good stuff. He lost his last game against Danny Jansen 4-3 with an average in excess of 102. The performances have been there, the results haven't been. And you could possibly say to a certain extent for Alec, it's kind of been the opposite side of the coin.
60.
He could leave here in a very, very strong position. He could actually leave here in second place if the legs difference goes in his favour. Which,
22.
on the balance of play for Alec, I don't think he's played one game today where he would go, right, that's me.
60.
Coulson's really made a good account of things for himself to date. I think nothing more statemented
46.
in terms of playing well and losing other than that. 102. It's the performance
60.
of the day, statistically, and he came out defeat.
$100. 100.
I wonder whether the experience of Small could potentially come into play here as well. The fact that he's been here before. This is new for Derek. This is the 5th game of the day for him. He's had a couple of defeats in there, and we wonder what the energy levels are going to be like.
43.
Well, the worry here is for Alex that it's not all. Yes, he's experienced, but it's not always been a positive experience. He has had negative experience up there as well. And with that can just make you a little bit fearful in these sort of situations. Because you know how good the good feels. You know how bad the bad.
58. Derek, you require 32.
32, double 16 for the break in the opening leg.
Game shot in the first leg. Derek Coulson.
Coulson gets the break. He leads 1-0. In this
7
penultimate
Derek to
game
throw
of the
first.
day.
Game on.
Perfect start to leg 2.
We mentioned that 102 average that he lost within the last game. He also had 4 maximums in that game as well, just to really compound how unfortunate he was not to come away with a result. He's already got 2 in this game so far. If he gets another one in here...
140.
Oh, that's an unfortunate deflection. That would have been 2 in the leg, and he would have been on for the perfect 9.
Yeah,
30.
he can count himself mightily unlucky that he isn't coming back here for a checkout. A checkout which would have made a little bit of history. We're on 9 darters here at the Super Series.
90.
In fact, we haven't had one in 2024 yet, and we were raining down on maximums at the back end of 2023.
119. Derek, you require
We're getting to a point where we're averaging 1 a week. Leonard Gates, Andreas Harrison, Steve West hitting 9s in Series 6. Double 16 for Coulson for a 12 dart. It doesn't matter how many darts the legs one in, as long as it's in your leisure.
27.
And he's going to get the luxury of time, because Alex Moore's had a bit of an off leg here. It's 2 8s for Coulson for 2-0. Around for 4s.
8.
But he's coming back for more.
105. Derek, you require.
So Coulson
8.
back for double four for 2-0 lead. This time Small is back on a finish. 2-2s.
Games on the
2-0.
second leg.
Coulson
Derek
leads. Doubles the advantage. And if he can win this by a heavy margin,
Alec to throw first.
even 2 wins from the day would just put him in the mix. The next match, the last game of the day
40.
between Louis Williams and Jack Mayle, will say a lot about where the package of play below Danny Jansen is going to lie. Because if Jack Mayle wins it, you've got Armstrong on 8, Jansen on 6, the rest of the pack on 4. But if Louis Williams can win,
60.
you've got Armstrong 8, Jansen 6, Williams 6. Depending on what Coulson winning here, 4 for
60.
him, 4 for Small, 2 for Mayle.
Complete contrast in pace. As I've said today, that Coulson's an ideal sort of player to play because he's not slow, he's not quick, he's just sort of there. Where for someone who's as fast as Alex Small is, he will probably find that Coulson probably comes across quite slow to him.
45.
But as a quicker player, do you kind of learn to adapt to the fact that your pace is probably going to be significantly quicker than the others, and so you have to time yourself back from the board as a
100.
result of that?
That comes with experience, and we know that Alec isn't
45.
at his destination yet in regards to his career. He's sort of learning on the job, so it's probably something that he'll pick up as time goes on. But something in this
43.
performance, and it may just be the pace.
$45.
Coulson 6 darts for the double break and a 3-0 lead. Just playing around his mean, isn't he? 86 average, 25% of the doubles. Could be a bit of an improvement, but to be honest, he hasn't really had to be on his mojo when it's come to the doubling stakes.
137. Derek requires 78.
So 18's first start. Single 20 for double 20 for
Games on the
3-0.
third leg.
And Coulson
Derek Coulson.
cures the double break of throw and now throws for the match.
Fourth leg, it's Derek to throw first. Game on.
And again, it's one of those big leapfrogs in terms of the table, isn't it? Where he'll
45.
absorb a couple of places. Possibly be able to leave here still in the mix going into tomorrow
41.
with victory here, especially if it's a sizable one in terms of that legs difference column. I think it would have been very harsh for him to have been sort of ruled out of the equation. With the level of play that we've seen from him today, certainly acquitted himself very
96.
well here at the Super Series.
$60.
This is the sort of place where you can really get some belief in what you're doing, really get some confidence that you can go back to that seniors tour where
100.
he's already having some success already. But go in there feeling like you
140.
belong, or even more than belong. Feel like people are looking at you as a player to beat.
He'll be dangerous at that Champion of Champions qualifier and the other Open
100.
Series events that's going to ensue in the coming weeks. He actually came as a recommendation of some of those that have been working on the World Seniors
78.
floor events.
Derek require 160.
And what a find he's been. He's not going to win it with a 160, but he is going to put himself
60.
closer order towards the line.
$81. Derek, you require 100.
So Ton plays 101. Coulson first poke at the Ton. Tops. Had to be the way the first start laid in the bed.
80.
Actually finds the tops last start in hand. And so Small 101 to extend this game evermore. Isn't going to go, so Coulson 210 for the win.
Eric, you require 20.
Finds it second time of asking, and Coulson wins 4-0. He ends his day with a couple of wins. He's played superbly today. Probably hasn't got the results that he's always merited from those performances, but he can be very happy with his day's work, Derek Coulson. For Alex Smalley, I feel like there was a lot left in the tank today, but he has picked up a couple of wins, which will keep him an interested spectator in terms of the race to go through. One more game to go. Louis Williams against Jack Mayle is next. And so, here we go, the final game of the session. Louis Williams taking on Jack Mayle. Important game in terms of the jostle for league position. Louis Williams won both his opening 2 games. He's lost his last 2. He's hoping to end with a 3-2 record day up against Jack Mayle, who has won 1 from 4 so far. You get the sense that he needs a win in this one to stop himself from being separated from the rest of the pack. A win for Williams sets up a really tight run in tomorrow. Armstrong leads the way on 8 points. Jansen in second on 6.
First leg,
but they will play the final game of the first round of fixtures tomorrow. And so everybody else in the pack will be able just to bunch themselves up and keep themselves in close order ahead of that particular fixture. And Louis Williams could potentially put himself onto 8 points
60.
before anybody else has played tomorrow. I know that's a lot of thinking ahead, but those are the potential scenarios in play.
$137.
If Louis Williams leaves here on 6 points, well and truly in the mix to qualify, he would be leaving here with an almighty smile across his face, considering the time that he had in Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday.
140.
But he probably sees a lot in Jack Mail that he probably saw in his own journey and in himself.
97.
Well, both players are 22 years of age. And so are still at a similar, as you say, similar part of the journey, but through different avenues.
100.
Williams has had that taste for it before and wants it again, whilst Jack's taken all these new opportunities in his stride.
60. Jack, you require 124.
Treble 18. And the ball doesn't go.
77. Louis require
Williams has hit 3 ton plus checkouts in 4 matches so far. It's not going to add a 4 to the collection in this leg, and Mail has an opportunity to break
41.
here.
Jack, you require
47 to take a 1-0 lead. Just in the 7, tops.
27.
And the 2 10s
Louis
can't be
require
pinned, and so Louis
103.
Williams is back for the 103 to take out the opening leg.
$47. Jack, you require 20.
So Mail 2 10s for the breaker throw in the opening leg. Grazes the wire, but is that awkwardly close to the wire? That's a good find with
Danger on
dart
the
2.
first
Mail
leg.
leads 1-0.
Jack Mail. Second leg is Jack to throw first. Game on. $140. $100. $57. $60.
When you've been where Louis Williams has over the last week, you've got to try and find all those little nuggets of positivity, all building blocks and steps, and there'll be plenty
82.
of those that you should be able to find from today's play compared to the play across the first few days.
121.
You'll probably get that in reflection if he chooses to watch these back. He'll probably see so much more positivity. It's just when you're sort of in that negative
58.
place, you almost feel like you want to avoid it, like you're a bit nervous to watch it.
$140. Jack, you require 164.
164 for Jack Mail to make it 2-0. Williams breathing down his neck for a break. Isn't going to go, so Williams 80 for 1-1.
98. Louis require 80.
May just be a dart at tops. Keeps it straight, he'll get one. Top of the shop.
40.
Goes above, and so Mail for
Jack, you
2-0.
require 66.
Well, he's half the score. 2 16s. Well, it's not the
Danger on the
recommended route for
second leg.
66, but he
Jack
finds it
Mail.
nonetheless. 2-0.
So look, it's Louis to throw first. Game on.
Feel like we're going to
85.
see Louis Williams' biggest leg of the day so far.
$125.
Some of it also comes to the timing of those results. Had you lost 3 games and then won your last 2, you'd leave here going, wow,
60.
maybe I've still got a chance. But when you've won your first 2, then lose your next 3, sort of look back and go, maybe I've blown the chance. Still the same result, still the same amount of points, but just looked at it in a
100.
completely different way.
Is it almost a case of it's the hope that can be your undoing, and that's what's happened to Louis here to a certain extent.
43.
One good thing, though, is he's really
56.
managed to keep that focus a lot better today. Not getting distracted by the negative darts, not getting drawn into the
140.
situation. Just plenty of fight in him today, which is really good to see.
$80.
Now first to a finish. What can Williams do by way of setup, though?
$57.
Comes up dry.
Jack, you require 140.
Mail 140. Is it going to go? Williams needs something to get on the board, and he's going to have to take out the 116, you feel. Always goes treble 19 for these shots. He's going to get a dart at tops.
76.
He has had opportunities.
Jack,
He's
you require
had
40.
a second dart at double at tops on the end of a combination. Jack on the attack.
Game shot
And
the third
leads
leg.
3-0.
Jack Mail. Fourth leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
The shake of the head, the shake of despondency, but the other side of the coin, it's been a good performance from Jack Mail, average of 88.5.
140.
And I just wonder whether this is a game where we're seeing him grow.
60.
And you mentioned how the psychology can change when it's the last game of the day. If he can come back off of a victory by 4-0 with a performance like this,
93.
I think tomorrow he'll begin to fancy the job. Well, I feel like maybe today he was just having a couple of games to acclimatise to the surroundings and acclimatising to the setup.
100.
Which perfectly normal for someone who's got as limited experience as he does on this sort of environment, but he's handled it so well at times.
128.
Beautiful switch in there on the 18s. Louis Williams is in a world of bother here now. Looks like
96.
Jack Mail could
Jack,
get the
you
job
require
done in the
140.
very, very near future. 6 starts if he needs him at 140. Beautiful light.
Double 10 to win it in style, to win it with a flashy finish. Jack Mail gets the better of Louis Williams by 4-0. It's a victory which keeps him in the mix. Louis Williams, he had a great start to the day. He'd won 2 from 2, but 3 defeats means that the Prince of Wales has got work to do. Well, the pair have got work to do. It's a good last performance from Jack Mail. 95 average, 12 darter to get over the line. He beats Louis Williams by 4-0. We're going to have a break. And then on the other side of that, we're going to be analysing all of the action that we have seen on day 1 of Group C. Join us in a minute.
Well, welcome back. Time for some post-match analysis. Myself and Matthew Edgar are in the studio to tell you what's happened so far today. Right, these are the results from the 15 games, and well, it's a great day as far as Darren Armstrong is concerned, winning 4 from 5, putting him to the top of the pile. Elsewhere, good day for Danny Jansen. He responded well from a slow start to then pick up 3 victories. He's in a good position. And then you've got a chasing pack of players on 4 points. Right, Matthew Edgar has been watching all of the action alongside me today. Let's kick off by talking about Darren Armstrong and from your perspective, what he did so right to put himself in top spot.
He withdrew himself from the emotion of the day. A lot of people you could see was really drawn into like every single dart at times, and sort of when you look at a group like this where we've got nobody who is making a claim for the group and really sort of stamping their authority down on the group, when we've got that situation, you've got to just try and detach yourself and just do what you do, which is what Darren Armstrong absolutely did. I thought he was really good today. I thought it was a good value play at the start of the day at 11-2, but that sort of value is not going to be existing anymore. He was really rock solid throughout the day, and I can't really find too many faults with him, to be fair. He was always competitive in every single leg, and I just like the way, I said robotic on commentary, and I think that's the best way to describe him. Complete detachment, just focused on playing the board.
And the other thing is, it's with darts that he's only used for the first time today because he had the issue with the points yesterday. He had to go to a local shop and then buy another set of darts. That's difficult to do what he did today in normal circumstances, let alone under them.
It goes one of 2 ways. It either feels new and exciting and almost like you've not got that attachment to the equipment like you had before, and it feels good. Or it goes completely the other way, where you go, I know this is a very similar set, but I don't like it. It's all personal, it's all subjective, and obviously it really works for Darren.
It did work for Darren. Today was a day that in the end worked out for Danny Jansen. There was 1 or 2 causes for concern at times, but towards the end of the day, he really got himself going.
I was concerned at the start of the day. He lost his opening game. He averaged 74 in the second game. I thought, where's this Danny Jansen who we've seen at the top of the Challenge Tour? Where is this guy? Because this is not the same guy. But he started picking it up towards the day, and now he's left in a position where he's looking in a strong place to qualify. We know Danny Jansen's got the quality to go through the card. I just want to see it. Like, it's not here yet, but I wonder if he's one of those players that we see throughout the week just sort of somehow get through to Saturday, and then when Saturday happens, we get to see that absolute pinnacle performance.
Well, let's talk about the rest of the pack then, and in particular, Derek Coulson, because he can feel a little bit hard done by that he hasn't picked up more, couldn't he?
I think more than a little. I think he's been very good. I think he's played very good. I've really enjoyed watching him as well. He's not slow. He's just on that borderline of just a bit methodical, but without going into the slow category. Very good. I like the way he builds and stacks his darts. That first one goes under the bottom wire. We sort of expect it to go on top. I've really sort of feel he should have gone away with a little bit more today. He played well. He lost with 102 average, by far the best performance that we've seen today. Lots of 180s. Looking forward to seeing how he develops.
Yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow. Louis Williams, such an improved day. He won 1 game in Group A, won his first 2 of the day. But really feel like there was still opportunity missed out there.
I don't think Louis is playing this no longer as a tournament. I think he's playing this as a match, as a moment, every game individual, every leg individual. I don't think he's getting drawn too far into, can I qualify, should I not? And I think if we look at it in that sense, he watches this back, he'll see plenty of positives. Yes, there's plenty of negatives in there, but that's not what he should be focusing on. He needs to build and get back to where he was, or even beyond where he was before. To do that, you can only do that with those building blocks of positivity, and there's plenty there for him to find.
Let's have a look then at the table. Following the first day's play, Darren Armstrong leads the par, 8 points to his name, from Danny Jansen in second spot on 6. Coulson, Males, Small, Williams all on 4, and it is a very competitive Friday to come as far as Group C is concerned. But we're going to be back tonight for Group B action. 10 o'clock we're going to be getting underway on the Super Series YouTube channel. Myself and Matt will be back for that. Looking forward to that, aren't we?
It's going to be a great night tonight. Really look forward to Group B.
Well, I'll see you later on this evening. Hope we see you later on this evening as well. We're underway from 10 o'clock on the Super Series YouTube channel to see the beginning of Group B. But as far as Thursday in Group C is concerned, Darren was a dazzler. He tops the pile. We'll see you later on. Bye from us.